need mobility assistance, please remain where you are and security staff will guide you to a safe location. A defibrillator is available at the end of the hallway outside of council chambers. I'd like to acknowledge that we are gathered this evening on the homelands of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people. We thank them for having cared for this land and look forward to working with them in partnership as we continue to build this great city together. I'd also like to recognize the immense contributions of the City of Vancouver staff and team members who work hard every day to help make our city an incredible place to live, work, and play. And while we gather here this evening for the public hearing, I also just want to acknowledge we have a community here in British Columbia, Tumbler Ridge, which is going through a very difficult time at this very moment with reports of an active shooter in their secondary school and reports of victims. And so I just wanted to acknowledge that and that our hearts go out to community members and families in that community. Clerks, may we have a roll call?
Yes, Mayor Sim has a leave of absence for civic business today. Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Dominato is chair as acting mayor this evening. Councillor Bly, not here. Councillor Fry has a leave of absence, civic business this evening. Councillor Montague.
Present.
Councillor Klassen has a leave of absence for personal reasons all day. Councillor Meisner.
Present.
Councillor Joe.
Present.
And Councillor Orr has a leave of absence, civic business this evening. Councillor Maloney. The meeting has quorum. Chair Dominato.
Thank you, clerks. Before we begin, a few announcements. The public may speak in person or by phone or may submit written comments to the mayor and council. Speakers may only speak once and will have 5 minutes to comment on the merits of the application. Please state whether you are in support or opposition to the application and if you are a Vancouver resident. Those representing 4 or more individuals or groups, including themselves, may speak for up to 8 minutes. Each person being represented must confirm their name and presence in person or by phone and may not speak separately. Please follow the live stream or the at Van City Clerk on X to track meeting progress and know when your turn to speak is approaching. Please note the live stream has a slight delay. Written comments can be submitted through the Mayor and Council public hearing feedback form linked on X. If you pre-registered with the presentation, say next to have the clerks advance your slides. As a reminder, at public hearings, Council acts as a quasi-judicial body and must focus solely on the merits of the rezoning or heritage application. Members may ask clarifying questions of staff or speakers, including the applicant, but should reserve debate until after the speakers list is closed. After hearing from speakers, Council may approve the application in principle, approve the application in principle with amendments, refuse the application, or refer the application to staff for further consideration. Please note that a new public speaker podium has been installed on the left-hand side of the public gallery, so that's to my right. At the moment, podium heights cannot be adjusted by the clerk. Staff and public speakers, please adjust the podiums as needed using the controls on your right-hand side. Finally, if not all speakers are heard this evening, the public hearing will recess and reconvene on Wednesday, February 11th, 2026 at 3 p.m. This brings us to our first item on this evening's agenda, enabling greater flexibility for childcare in residential zones, amendments to the zoning and development bylaw. Do any members have a conflict of interest to declare? Okay, hearing none, the clerk will now read the application and summary of correspondence received.
This is an application by the General Manager of Arts, Culture and Community Services in consultation with General Manager of Planning, Urban Design and Sustainability to amend the Zoning and Development Bylaw to permit a child daycare facility, CDCF, and one dwelling unit to coexist on a premises. Under current regulations, in most residential zones, if a house is converted to a CDFC more than 8 children, there cannot be a residential use on the premises. Under the amendment, staff are proposing that a house can be converted to a CDFC while also retaining one dwelling unit on the premises. The proposed zoning and development bylaw amendments would apply to R1-1, R3, R4, R5, RT, RM, and First Shaughnessy District. The following correspondence has been received since referral to public hearing. 8 pieces of correspondence in support, 0 pieces of correspondence in opposition, and 0 pieces of correspondence regarding other aspects related to the application. This represents all correspondence received up to 5 p.m. today.
Thank you, clerks. And this is our first call for speakers. Any speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call toll-free 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 1061445# before the close of the speakers list. The phone number is posted on X and displayed during the recess. There will be an opportunity for new speakers and missed speakers to be heard at the end of the registered speakers list. We have staff from Planning, Urban Development, and Sustainability here to present the application. A note here that we actually have our General Manager of Arts and Culture and Community Services presenting, so my apologies for that.
Thank you so much, Council. Good evening. My name is Margaret Whitkins, General Manager of Arts, Culture, and Community Services. City Council's strategic priorities identified childcare delivery as a priority, which includes streamlining regulation and implementing Making Strides, which is Vancouver's 10-year childcare strategy. With an estimated shortfall of 6,700 childcare spaces, there continues to be a significant demand and need for new childcare. Even relatively small regulatory changes can have an impact by opening up more opportunities to expand childcare options. The proposed amendments are in response to a council resolution from November 2023, which directed staff to enable greater flexibility for childcare in residential areas and consider the need to balance both housing opportunities and the desire to expand childcare options. Senior Social Planner Mark Pickersgill will provide a short presentation summarizing the proposed amendments. Staff representatives from ACCS, PDS, and DBL are also present to help respond to any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Those of you online, we're just waiting for the slides to come up.
I think we're ready to go.
Great, go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Mark Pickersgill, Senior Social Planner in Arts, Culture, and Community Services. Here today, happy today. Apologies, it'll just be one more minute, some technical difficulties.
Councilors online, will just be a moment as we adjust the slides.
Why is this? Are we seeing that? Okay. Okay, we'll false start. Again, Mark Pickersgill, and I'm here tonight, happy to present, after a fair amount of really deep interdepartmental work and I would say almost getting close to 2 years and really looking into this, we're here to present some potential options for increasing childcare options in residential areas in Vancouver, something that we've heard a fair bit about over the last, I would say, about 2 years. As an overview of what we'll be presenting on, some background into the the issue, where it came from, some analysis, including a review of DP applications in residential zones to date. Then talking about existing options before this proposed new set of options that we want to bring forward. We'll ultimately talk about implementation and monitoring, and then conclude with some overall thoughts. So as was previously mentioned, this was in response to a council direction and resolution that was looking into exploring options for greater flexibility and the delivery of childcare. And specifically what we're focused on here tonight is looking at some of the zoning allowances where a main residence is used for childcare and associated laneway home serves as the occupied residence. Additionally, there's a number of other things that were part of this resolution that staff have worked on and continue to work on in various respects. Looking at the parking, reducing parking requirements. We have done some work on removing our childcare design guidelines to support more development, and a number of other different things that, as I said, are currently ongoing. So to give you an overall picture of DP applications for childcare in houses and DP applications for childcare in general, what you have here is a graph. The blue lines represent all of the childcare applications, DP applications in Vancouver for the last 10 years. As you can see, there's a good number of them. In fact, it's about 360 over the course of that time. And of all those 360, we've only had 7 that have not been approved as a result of our processes. But then we drill down a little bit further into the DP applications for childcare in houses. And this is the green lines. And we've had 20 of those in the past 10 years with 5 refusals. So you can see that there's a bit of a mismatch in terms of what number have been refused in terms of houses. Now, that being said, it's not an overall large number in Vancouver, but see the idea that allowing for more opportunities in houses is a really important segment of the childcare landscape that we also want to be able to address, because there are families that do want and need childcare in their neighborhoods and do seek smaller scale, generally, options to be able to access. And so that is kind of an overall picture of our development permit applications. And I will also just say one thing in kind of a bit of a side note here as well. This is DP applications. DP applications for the City of Vancouver apply to all childcare facilities with 9 children or more. Everything that is 8 children or less technically is an outright use in Vancouver, the City of Vancouver, and they are allowed without DP applications in homes. So looking at the analysis, particularly the 5 DPs that were refused in the past 10 years, what we have here is a list of the reasons for the refusal, as well as some of the actions that have been taken to reduce those barriers where possible. We're focusing tonight specifically on this bottom one in the yellow box. But as I want to make really clear as well, these reasons for refusal, including inadequate site parking, non-compliance with the COV childcare design guidelines of the past, incompatibility with neighborhood context and lack of neighborhood support, and now getting into non-compliance with zoning and development bylaw, none of those by themselves have ever been a reason for a project to be refused. Usually it's some confluence of all of those things and a combination. Now, getting into the specifics of the zoning and development bylaw, really what we're trying to tackle here is that under current bylaw, the current bylaws, you cannot mix childcare use of more than 8 children with a residential use in a house or on a property. Nor can you have a laneway house with a childcare on site. And so really what the action that we're focused on today is to permit residential use with childcare use on a site, which could include a laneway house. And again, this is focused on more than 8 children, so 9 children or more. The existing options, and when I say existing options, these are things that are already available to people that may wish to create childcare, expand childcare, etc. Option A, this is the in-home childcare that does not require a development permit. These are illustrative examples. We hope if this does pass through council, that we will be adding these types of diagrams onto our website to help people understand exactly what we're talking about. So if the numbers seem a little bit wonky and it may be a bit confusing, we are hoping to make some clarity. But for the point tonight, we are focusing on the fact that option A is the in-home. That's up to 8 children or less in a home in various different configurations and permutations can already exist in a home. Option B is another one that is currently available to folks that wish to create or expand childcare, to basically convert an existing home into a childcare facility. That would be with more than 8 children. So that option is currently, as I said, available, and it is part of those 20 applications that I was talking about in the last 10 years. Moving into our new and proposed options, what we're looking at here is bringing forward 2 distinct new options that could possibly be in play. Option C is looking at having a residential use on a property in the same house as a child daycare facility, more than 8 children in the home. So the child daycare facility, the people that are working there, they don't necessarily need to be the resident of the home and vice versa. You can think, if you want a very cogent example, think of a Vancouver special, the upper level being a childcare, lower level being a home. That's the conceit, at least. Things don't always work out that simply, but that's just as a really clear example. And then option D would be very similar, except converting the entire main house into a childcare facility, and then allowing that laneway house to continue to exist as a residential dwelling. Under existing bylaw, that is not permitted, but we hope to change that with these proposals. In summary, there's a lot of very technical details about the bylaw amendments that we're looking to make. A child daycare facility conversion dwelling is a new use that we're looking to add to the zoning and development bylaw. We would add the new use definition to section 2 and add the new use to 27 districts in the zoning and development bylaw. We would also be updating the laneway house regulations to capture additional requirements for child daycare facility within the laneway house option. Excuse me. Now, looking at the parameters of these new options, there may be some questions about this, and completely understandable. We are looking at daycare in combination with one dwelling unit only, not more. The rationale is that most sites that we are looking at in terms of these proposed changes can only support one dwelling if there is a childcare. There's just simply not enough space. 2 or more dwellings, it can add more people that are accessing the site, potentially creating operational challenges and safety issues for the childcare. Secondly, childcare and dwelling units must have separate external access and no shared internal access. I would say that can be extended to the outdoor area, for the childcare, which would need to be distinct and separate from anything that can be accessed by the residential unit. Conversion of existing buildings is another parameter. At this point in time, we are only looking at renovating existing buildings and no new builds. Part of the rationale is that existing homes already suit the residential context. We have addressed also the demands to date. We have not really seen any applications or inquiries about coming to the city to have a new build with this type of option as part of their new build. However, I should say that kind of option would demand some additional regulatory work, and we are open to keeping an eye out to see if there is that kind of demand generated to bring forward something in the future. And fourth, we are enabling these changes as a conditional use for childcare in all low-density residential zones. I don't need to list off all of the different ones. Again, quite technical, but you see them there. When it comes to implementation and monitoring, first I wanted to talk about how applicants may apply. One of the key components of all of this work is that through this, our development permit applications and our processes have not changed. It is simply following the standard that we have currently in place. And so an applicant, if they wish to do this, would apply for a development permit, a change of use development permit. Second, to support and offer advice for prospective applicants. As I mentioned a little bit earlier, we will be adding some information and some hopefully illustrative examples and pieces that can help provide helpful information for people that wish to apply and to move things forward. Staff will also be open to speak to any applicant or anybody looking to do something, so we will make sure that we connect with those applicants. How staff will monitor, I think monitoring is a really key piece to this. We will continue to track applications that they come in and particularly flag those that are in residential areas. We will be also monitoring community feedback, which would include 311 complaints, feedback from applicants, and as I said earlier, if we see that there is a demand change for something different and more, we will be likely and open to taking the steps to make those things happen. So to conclude really briefly, again, this is a very cursory overview of something that was surprisingly complex to deal with. These amendments ultimately do address an identified barrier for enabling more childcare in neighborhoods by allowing more flexibility and options for childcare in residential areas and zones of the city. We also feel that this new option helps to balance the need for both childcare and housing. And another thing that I would add to this is that it also continues to respect the idea of looking at neighborhood impacts. As childcare is a potentially significant use that we just don't want to deploy without too much thought across the city. And then ultimately, staff will continue to identify opportunities to reduce barriers and to support an affordable and accessible senior government-led childcare system. Things that we will continue to do is to look for site opportunities for the city to continue to partner with other organizations and levels of government to make things happen and continue to support the creation of new childcare spaces through development wherever possible. That's the end of the presentation. Thank you. We have a number of folks here available for questions.
Great. Thank you for the presentation. Council, questions? Councillor Meisner, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Mark. Thanks for the presentation. A few questions. First one was, what about provisions for outdoor space? Are there any parameters around what's required for outdoor space?
So the parameters for outdoor space are not changing. Those would still be within the provincial jurisdiction of how much required outdoor space is allowed, and it would be a licensing decision from the province.
Okay. So the city doesn't have any control over that?
We don't, no.
Okay.
But I will say one thing that we did here, I'll let you get to your other questions, is that generally feel that what we're doing here will allow for these opportunities to actually exist. And some of the larger sites, for sure, they should have enough outdoor space to make it work.
Okay. Thank you. I saw in the presentation a mention about no shared internal access between the childcare and the dwelling. What does that mean exactly? If there is, say, like a stairwell with a door, but the door is locked, is that sufficient to meet that requirement, or does it need to be more, I guess, reinforced than that?
Yeah, I'm not going to be able to get into the fine details of that, but effectively, as long as you don't have, you're going to have locked doors, essentially. You're not going to be able to, the public coming to the daycare is not going to be able to get in the house and vice versa.
Okay.
That's simply what it means.
So a locked door would be sufficient?
Yes, and I think it's also about making sure there's limited interaction.
Yeah.
There's different ways you can do that.
Okay. You don't have to put up a wall or something.
I mean, that might be a relatively minor thing to do, but it's hard to say because we don't know what we're looking at when it's theoretical. But
Okay.
yeah, it shouldn't be too much of a barrier.
Okay. What about pickup and drop off? I know that's something that, neighbors get concerned about. Any regulation or thoughts around that?
So we're again continuing to make some tweaks wherever possible with the Vancouver parking bylaw, which the childcare was moved into that as of last year. And pick up and drop off in these areas is an absolute concern that we need to look at. We need to see what is happening on a site. It's something that through the development permit process that the city does take very seriously and is always willing to be amenable and bend as we need to make it happen, again, without posing too much disruption. So we're doing what we can.
Okay. So those, that would be evaluated through the DP process?
That's correct.
Okay, thanks. And then my last question was around, there was a model that showed people living in the laneway house and then the childcare in the main house. Could that also be flipped where the childcare was in the laneway house and people still remained in the main house?
That's a good question, and unfortunately, no. And that has to do with the laneway house. The intent of a laneway house is to be a to be a secondary living space attached to the main dwelling.
Mm-hmm.
And if you make that a commercial use,
Mm-hmm.
then it is no longer a dwelling. So it not complicated, but it's not simple either.
Even though the people in the main house would be moving into the laneway house if they were to run a daycare in the main house.
Yeah, that again, it becomes a challenge, and that comes down to a question with our licensing colleagues.
Okay.
But we were told that that is a challenging situation to do that specifically.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So
Even if there was enough space, for example, like even if it was a large laneway house, it would still not be permitted.
It could be. But I think what we're trying to do is to say that, again, we want it to be first and foremost a dwelling unit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And you can, there's, again, so many permutations with childcare that can play out.
Okay. Okay. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Councillor Meisner. I'm just going to advance myself. I actually have just a clarifying question that maybe the clerks or staff can help with. We had noted that it was actually planning, urban design, and sustainability that was making a presentation of 12 slides, and then that Margaret, your department was actually the applicant. And so I just want to make sure that Mark's presentation was actually the applicant presentation for the purpose of this public hearing. I just have to make sure I'm covering all bases because I don't see any staff from planning.
That's right.
That sounds like the appropriate.
So there is no presentation from planning.
No.
To be clear. Okay, so just to be clear, and I don't think there's planning staff here, but council, technically you're entitled to ask staff questions of planning as well as arts, culture, community services as part of the public hearing, so I'm told. And so I'm just identifying that. I do have a quick question with the regulatory changes coming forward. Presumably, with the ability to convert an entire home to childcare to have more than 8 children, if it has a laneway could potentially be used for caregivers, so employees of the childcare. Would that be a possibility?
Absolutely.
Okay. And then secondly, given that with the regulatory changes, there'll still be a requirement to go through the DP process. Could you give us a sense of what the timelines would be for that? So if I have an existing childcare in a home and I make the application, how long would it take, roughly from beginning to end to be able to move into that new use?
Yeah, so I don't think we're making any drastic changes to any of our processes. The typical DP process, as we are told through this, would be 8 to 12 weeks.
12 weeks,
And
right.
hopefully no longer than that.
Okay, and but perhaps in the future there might be opportunities to streamline that even more.
Yes, I think there's always opportunity for that.
Okay, and then last question is just given, I think there's some work underway with the planning department and actually might also be permitting around stratification of lots, and we also have we have coach houses as well in the city. If there's changes in future, would we have to have new regulations or amended regulations to recognize that distinction?
I don't know if I can answer that directly. I think we actually do have some planning folks possibly on the
We have them
line.
online?
Lisa or Stephen, are you on the line?
Hi there, Lisa King, Senior Planner with Citywide and Regional Planning. And yes, at that time, when those regulations would be reviewed, we would consider if there needed to be any according adjustments to this set of regulations. But at this time, there's none of those provisions that are needed with this set of amendments brought forward.
Okay. And one more question. Just in our new world of multiplexes, in the current regime with the multiplex, individuals, household could do the 8 children or less within a multiplex setting dynamic?
Yeah, so multiplex is something that we really have struggled with to this point. It's not within the scope of this at the moment. Again, it's through the monitoring. We want to keep an eye on that to see, again, if there is demand or questions about that. Multiplex in this scenario is going to open up a whole potential can of worms. So again, at this point, we're focused on what we have seen questions for, demand for, and to be able to address identified barriers. we are open to it if it comes forward.
Okay, sounds like we're starting to turn our mind to that. Or did you have?
It's complicated.
Okay, thank you. I don't see anyone else in the question queue, so I'm going to do our second call for speakers. If there are any speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call 1-833-353-8610, followed by the participant code 1061445#. Before the close of the speakers list, phone number will be posted on X and displayed during the recess. We'll now hear from the public. Any registered speakers in council chamber, please come forward to the left podium when your name is called. Phone-in speakers will be unmuted when your name is called. Speakers will have up to 5 minutes to make their comments and should limit their comments to the merits of the application being considered. Our first speaker today is speaker number 1, Mark Lasician of the Public Body Representatives with Vancouver Coastal Health. Welcome, Mark. Turn it over to you. You have 5 minutes.
All right, thank you. So yes, I'm Dr. Mark Lasician, and I work for Vancouver Coastal Health as a medical health officer for the City of Vancouver. I'm here in 2 capacities. The first is under the Public Health Act. It requires medical health officers to advise local governments about public health issues, so I'm here to do that. Under the Community Care and Assisted Living Act, medical health officers also regulate and license childcare facilities. Childcare is very important for children, for their health, well-being, and development. It helps them learn to socialize with children, interact with other adults, and helps them succeed in school, which helps them across their life course. So it's a very important intervention. It helps families because it helps parents earn income to support the family, and then of course supports the whole community by getting more people into the workforce and generating economy. As you heard from the presentation, we have a large gap in the amount of childcare that's needed in Vancouver and what is currently available. And so we support a motion like this that seeks to make it easier for people to offer childcare. In addition to having childcare available, it has to be convenient for families. And so we do support having childcare in residential neighborhoods. And so basically removing the barriers to doing that, we think is helpful for families. If the childcare facility is so far away that you have to go there and then you have to go to work and then you have to, it makes it very difficult. So we think a motion like this helps support families and having childcare nearby. It helps reduce transportation time and costs, and that has positive environmental benefits as well. From the licensing point of view, we don't have concerns about having childcare in residential neighborhoods. Of course, every application has to be evaluated on its merits and has to meet all the provincial regulations. But we believe that will generally be possible in the kind of circumstances that we heard about today. So so thank you for considering this. Motion, and we hope you vote in favor. Thank you.
Thanks very much for your comments this evening. Our first speaker on the list is Adila Bhatti, who will be on the phone, I understand. Do we have Adila?
Hi, yes,
Hi, Adila. Go ahead, you're addressing council. You have 5 minutes.
sure. Good evening, Council. My name is Adila Bhatti, and I've been a childcare provider in Hastings Sunrise for 17 years. I'm here to support this amendment for a number of reasons. First, the goal for anyone who intends to live in one of our communities is to be able to access resources that will support the family. One basic need is that of childcare that is licensed, safe, and of course, accessible. We, along with many other communities locally and nationally, have struggled with this. We know that right now we are short over 6,700 spaces. My own wait list has 40 families on it who are in need of childcare for their infants and early preschool age children. They need to work because of the cost of housing and general living, and having childcare close by is essential. I have chatted with countless parents, most of whom are terrified that they'll be forced out of the city because they can't find care. We know that there have been strides made in group childcare, but we still do not see that being reflected in Vancouver, where there is an urgent need. Outlying areas have the space to open and build and expand. In Vancouver, we are densifying, and it is expensive to expand with very little geographic space to build. The city is quite frankly going the opposite direction. We are densifying, which is needed, but the city's plans for housing and childcare are currently moving in two different directions. More densification will bring higher demand, but we can't talk about densification without talking about the infrastructure that supports it. The current rules are outdated. They force providers to choose between staying in their own home or expanding their capacity. It's a bottleneck that we can't afford anymore. By letting us stay in our homes while we grow, you're allowing childcare to scale up right alongside the housing density you're already building. I've lived and worked on my block for nearly 2 decades. I'm a neighbor first, and I care about the character of my street. But a neighborhood with housing and no childcare isn't a community. It's just a commuter lot. If we want density to work for young families, we need to make room for the spaces that support them. Please vote yes and help us bridge this gap. Thank you.
Thanks, Adila, for calling in this evening. Speaker number 2, Roshayan? On the phone?
No.
Okay, thank you. And then our third speaker this evening, Arjinder Burak.
No.
Thank you, clerks. Is there any additional speakers in chamber? If so, please come forward. Oh, sorry. My apologies, folks. I didn't turn the page. So my apologies. Just, yeah, one moment. Ginda Burak, also supposed to be on the phone. Oh. Camille Blair.
No.
Larinder Burak.
No.
Nope. Okay, that is the end of our list. Are there any other speakers in chambers to this item? I see one. Welcome. If you could just state your name and if you're a resident of Vancouver. And
Sean Cassidy, and I am a resident of Vancouver.
welcome, Sean. You have 5 minutes.
My intent was not to speak on this at all. I'm just overhearing this, and frankly, it's half-baked. What you're presenting is a business model, and you're presenting a business model on cash flow around housing. So what you're going to do is create incremental value on a house, okay, against affordability supply issue. So if I'm a business person, this is fantastic. I'll just go out and create daycares like what they did in Minneapolis. If you've followed what's going on there, this shouldn't go forward. I mean, it's a great notion, idea. Ideologically, it's like okay, it's idealistic, but I don't think it's really thought out very well. And just my analysis and hearing it, I think you can do a lot better. And there's no economic analysis that has been presented whatsoever on this case study, effectively what this is, against the use of housing. So the owners move out and move into the backyard into a laneway housing. Well, I'm just going to gun the freaking house with kids, right? $1,000 a month. I don't know what childcare costs, but it doesn't seem very intuitive without the economic analysis against the back end of what's going to happen to this. So I think you got to give some serious consideration moving forward on this because it's not really thought out very well. Thanks.
Thank you for your comments this evening. Clerks, is there anyone else, any other speakers on the line?
No.
In that case, this is the third and final call for speakers. If there are any speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call 1-833-353-8610, followed by the participant code 1061445# before the close of the list. Phone number is posted on X and will be displayed during the recess. We will now take a 2-minute recess for any additional speakers to call in or come forward to the podium. Okay, welcome back, council. Clerks, do we have any speakers online?
No.
Thank you, clerks. We have no one in chambers. Okay, seeing no further speakers, the speakers list is now closed. Clerk, has there been a large volume of public comments received on this item since 5 p.m.?
There were 4 pieces of correspondence in support. They were posted and provided to council.
Do council members need a short recess to review those comments? Hearing none, I'm going to close receipt of public comments. And seeing there are few or no public comments received after 5 p.m., I'm now closing receipt of public comments for all. Does the applicant have any closing comments? Do staff from planning have any closing comments? Just to be clear on that point, okay. Any further public comments, clerks, that we've received? No. Okay. Council will now make our decision. Could I get someone to move the application? Moved. Seconded. Any discussion? If so, please put yourself on the queue. Thank you. And go ahead, Councillor Maloney.
When I was the chair of the Lord Roberts Elementary School PAC, the absolute number one thing that I heard about from parents was inquiries about childcare availability. It just has a huge impact on parents being able to get to work, and particularly women. And I like this, I appreciated staff's very thoughtful explanation of these options and the limitations and why it wasn't wider than this particular proposal. I think that this gives us additional childcare options where we have a shortage in this city. It also creates employment opportunities and creates the ability of people to get to their jobs. Parents to get to their jobs, and we know that given the cost of housing in the city that there are a lot of at least 2-job families and a lot of financial issues if you can't find childcare. And we know that more availability of childcare in every neighbourhood means less traffic driving kids around to different childcare facilities. So I also like that this facilitates smaller scale childcare. And there are a lot of kids, especially neuroatypical kids, that respond much better to smaller scale childcare facilities. And I also appreciated that the representative from Vancouver Coastal Health really set out the advantages of having more childcare available. So I'll certainly be voting in favour. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Maloney. Go ahead, Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks. I know there was a couple of well-publicized incidences in the news that sort of suggested that there was a lot of applications that were not allowed to proceed, and the city was not modernized or flexible in its childcare regulations. And so it was good to have some stats and some level setting in terms of the number of applications and how few have been declined. Having said that, I think as a council, we've been prioritizing trying to create better conditions to enable childcare to get delivered in the city. It's not always easy to do it based on the economics of doing that and to modernize our regulations. I did have natural questions in my mind when I first heard sort of the idea about, housing is for homes relative to what we see sort of a number of houses suddenly being converted to daycare. As staff have done the analysis and sort of working through it, I don't think we're going to see a plethora of them, but I do think that it does open up some opportunities. Our neighborhoods are no longer just single family neighborhoods. We have updated the zoning now to allow multiplexes, and we've progressed gradually towards basement suites. We had triplexes, and we have townhouses and row homes. We have multiplex. And so I do think that there's a benefit, as has been stated clearly, for people having childcare that's near their homes, but also recognizing that some single family homes that people may not necessarily want to update and renovate as they would a home, but they could serve a very useful extended life in terms of childcare. Makes some sense. So I think it was a good exploration. I want to acknowledge my colleagues, I believe it was Councillor Dominato and Councillor Klassen, who have brought this motion in November 2023, 2 years ago, 2 years and a bit, and have been sort of championing some of this work. But I think on balance, it does provide some additional opportunities in a way that helps. It's quite difficult to cite childcare in a lot of the newer commercial areas in development because of some of the provincial guidelines that require the outdoor space, for example. So there is a practicality with having it on neighborhoods that complement those uses, and people don't have to drive as far. That adds to quality of life. I'll also note too that we did streamline a number of our childcare regulations because Vancouver's standards were more onerous than the province. So we did some alignment there with respects to things like requiring a similar amount of access to outdoor space, et cetera. So I think this has been part of a suite of different measures that have been taken. And on balance, I think it's a good move forward. I think staff will monitor it, and if there's any sort of tweaks that might need to be made, typically we'd see those come back, but I am happy to support it based on what I've heard. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young. And I'm just advance myself just really briefly. Thank you, staff, for bringing forward the regulatory changes. As was noted by my colleagues here, is there's a huge demand for childcare. It continues. We know there's areas of the city that have greater need than others. I did also, like Councillor Kirby-Young, I found it helpful to see the breakdown of the applications over time, and as was noted, it's actually quite few. The number of applications for conversions in single detached homes are similar. But that being said, what drove this with some of the incidents that were highlighted is the need for more flexibility because childcare operators were running against some barriers, which some were already addressed through other changes. But I think having more flexibility is important as the city grows, it changes. And particularly, families do ideally want to have childcare close to home. I've had kids in childcare, and it was the hardest thing to do was to find childcare when I moved back to the city, and it was quite a trying process as a new mom, trying to figure out where I was going to place my kids. And yeah, in an ideal circumstance, something that's walkable, you don't have to get in your vehicle, that's in your neighborhood. And so I actually do think what's been achieved through this is a good balance. And I was asking about the potential is if the home's converted for full use of childcare, the laneway is a really great fit for caregivers, because it's another gap we have in the city is housing for caregivers, like our childcare workers, ECEs. And so I'm happy to see this come forward, happy to support it, and I'll wrap it there just in the interest of time because we have a number of big applications this evening. In that, we'll just go to the vote, and if you could vote on screen, and to those of you online, please ensure your camera's on. Thank you, and I'll take a vote assist in favor. Thank you, Council, and that passes unanimously. Thanks very much. Thank you, staff. That completes our first item of this evening. We are now moving on to item 2, CD1 776 text amendment for 118 to 150 Robson Street, now 828 Canby Street. Before we begin, any conflicts of interest to declare? Hearing none, the clerk will now read the application and summary of correspondence received to date.
This is an application by Amicon Development to amend the CD-1 Comprehensive Development District 776 bylaw number 12996 to increase the permitted floor space ratio FSR from 10.33 to 11.05 by adding 1,620 square meters, 17,431 square feet of hotel floor area to the podium of the building, and to increase the maximum building height of the residential tower from 87.2 meters, that is 286 feet, to 89.7 meters, that is 295 feet, to permit increased floor-to-floor height. The General Manager of Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability recommends approval subject to conditions set out in the summary and recommendation. The following correspondence has been received since referral to public hearing. 2 pieces of correspondence in support and 0 pieces of correspondence in opposition and regarding other aspects related to the application. This represents all correspondence received up to 5 p.m. today.
Thank you, clerks. And this is our first call for speakers. Any speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call 1-833-353-8610, followed by the participant code 1061445# before the close of the list. Number will be posted on X and also displayed during the recess. There will be an opportunity for new speakers and missed speakers to be heard at the end of the registered list. We have staff from Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability here to present the application with roughly 8 slides. Go ahead. I think we're going to check your mic. Is the mic on? There.
There we go.
That's better.
Good evening, council. Can you hear me? Excellent.
Can.
My name is Lievke Vissers, and I'm the rezoning planner for this application. Staff would like to note there's a yellow memo attached to this report, which amends the floor area designated for residential use to accommodate an added circulation space. The site, shown in red, is located at 118 to 150 Robson Street, which has been readdressed 828 Cambie Street. This is within the Central Business District. The site is currently zoned CD1 776, having previously been rezoned under the rezoning policy for the CBD for a 30-story mixed-use building that includes strata, residential, rental residential, and hotel uses. The site is currently vacant, excavated, and has no existing tenants. The enabling policy is the rezoning policy for the Central Business District, or CBD, and CBD Shoulder. The rezoning policy seeks to increase the potential for commercial capacity of buildings to heights and densities up to the council-approved view cones in this area. This rezoning proposal, or the original rezoning proposal, is for a mixed-use 30-story building. This amendment would increase the height to 89.7 meters and the density to 11.05 FSR. The proposal includes 138 hotel units, 187 strata-tiled units, 6 rental residential units, and the proposed text amendment increases the allowable density by 0.72. This slide illustrates the proposed changes to the exterior of the building. During public consultation, a total of 23 comments were received. Comments for support were with respect to the location of the tower, the proposed rental housing, and the flexibility of the FSR, as well as the hotel units. Comments of concern were generally related to the height, density, and impacts of sunlight access. In terms of staff response, the proposed height and density is consistent with policy direction for this area. Staff completed a thorough review and analysis of the view and shadow studies to ensure proposed amendment did not conflict with city policy and to protect both public views and to reduce shadowing on protected public spaces. In terms of public benefits, do remember it's a small FSR increase. The expected development cost levies for this additional floor area are approximately $500,000, and the proposed additional CAC is approximately $300,000. In conclusion, staff support the proposed amendment to CD1 776 for a 30-story mixed-use building, subject conditions in Appendix B of the report. Thank you. Staff and the applicant team are available to answer questions.
Thank you for the presentation. Does the applicant wish to make a presentation?
Good evening, Council, and thank you for your time tonight. My name is Miles Wilby, and I'm on the development team of Amicon. On behalf of the team, we really thank you for your time, for taking the time to review this application and the proposal. This text amendment application consists of an increased density, as staff said, as well as a minor amendment to the condo density. We're working very close to the staff this past year to ensure that all the comments were addressed. I'm joined by our architectural team from GBL to answer any further questions you may have.
Great. Thank you. Council, do you have any questions to either staff or the applicant? Okay, I'm seeing none. So we'll move our second call for speakers. If there's any speakers for this item, please call 1-833-353-8610, followed by the participant code 1061445# before the close of the list. Phone number will be displayed on X and will also be displayed during the recess. We'll now hear from the public. Any registered speakers in the council chamber, please come forward to the left podium when your name is called. Phone in speakers will be unmuted when your name is called. Speakers are reminded they have up to 5 minutes to make their comments and should limit their comments to the merits of this application being considered. Our first registered speaker is speaker number 1, Owen Coulter. And I understand Owen will be on the phone. Do we have him on the line?
Yeah.
Good evening, Owen. You have up to 5 minutes to address council.
Thank you for taking my call. My name's Owen. I'm a Vancouver resident who opposes the amendment. I understand the need to add more hotel spaces, because of the upcoming FIFA World Cup. That's maxed out hotel capacity. But I just feel like this is not the place for it. In Vancouver, we already have a slow housing market, especially in my district of Vancouver. And if you do this, you're impeding people selling features of having a view and impeding them on selling in general because they will be, subjected to construction for, up to the next 3 years. Not to mention, we'll also be subjected to more construction whenever the Vancouver Art Gallery breaks ground on George and Cambie. With the extra construction that would happen with this project and the already ongoing construction on BD Street and the current residential project in question, our street is already very congested and will not be able to handle more traffic coming in from a future hotel project. Adding in a protest that has been happening every single Sunday lately, in my district, it's virtually impossible to leave your apartment on a Sunday afternoon if you need to get anywhere with a car. And frankly, as a homeowner, we shouldn't have to deal with this issue. There are parts of West Georgia Street that are, 3 lanes wide with hotels, and they can handle the hotel traffic. On Robson, it's a single-lane traffic as well as Beatty Street. The current amount of lanes can't support the current traffic at peak times, and it certainly wouldn't be able to support another commercial hotel like we already have the Hotel Blue on Cambie Street. I moved here 5 years ago, and there has been constant construction in this area. And for once, as a homeowner, I feel like we deserve less noise and less congestion in a desirable spot in the city. And this is not the right move and not the right priority for the area that I live in, Vancouver. Thank you so much for taking my call, and I appreciate it.
Thank you for your comments this evening. That takes us to the end of our speaker list. Are there any additional speakers in chamber? If so, please come forward to the podium. Please note your full name and whether you live in Vancouver and whether you oppose or support the application.
Actually, I was on the list, but I guess I came late and signed up. First off, my name is John Cassidy. I am a resident of the city. And in context to this project, I worked for a developer. We had 2 buildings right beside it, okay? And we actually own the Georgian Court. I was working for an investment bank, and back in the day, we financed the Georgian Court. So I know this project very well. It creates an enormous amount of density to the neighborhood. I think you have to look in the context of what it is beside BC Place Stadium, and it's going to basically dwarf BC Place Stadium. The hotel is across the street, the Hampton, you got the Georgian Court. They're all in context to the stadium. When I studied planning at UBC back in the day, we worked on the BC Place Stadium, doing some work in terms of the density flow around the stadium as a school project that was inputted with the City of Vancouver Planning Department. So the amount of density that's coming in this area, I know that there's another project coming up on Cambie Street, a hotel. My understanding is that this is the second or third density increase since the initial development permit that was given by the city of Vancouver. So what is the use for? And further, the Catholic Church sold this property to Ani Development, which is Amacon, back in, I guess about 7 or 8 years ago, maybe 10 years ago. So the amount of money the Catholic Church has lost on the upzoning by the city of Vancouver has been enormous. So one has to question the whole economic around this, plus the mass and density. And I don't think any of the councillors here have really looked at this project. Further, how many councillors are absent here? 4 councillors missing. 1 councillor who never comes to chamber. Okay, he lives in Kelowna apparently. So this has become comical.
Sean, please
Uh,
note, we actually have counselors online this evening.
You have 1 councillor.
3 counselors online, and so just to watch your comments.
Well, I don't see them, so I didn't know they're online.
No, and I appreciate that you can't, but and we're not in the business of commenting on people's personal
The
situations.
job of a councillor is to come and do the job here, okay?
And we have
Full stop.
3 counselors online. You have 4 members, we're 4 in council here in chambers. So I just wanted to note that because I know it's not visible to you that we have them here.
Okay,
They
you
are
asked me if I'm from
participating.
the city of Vancouver. Is Councillor Montague from the city of Vancouver? Does he live in the city of Vancouver?
We're not getting into this. This is not the purpose of the public hearing. The purpose of the public hearing is to
I
focus
know
on
the purpose
merit
of the public hearing. I've spoken to this thing numerous
So
times.
this is a public hearing. We are focused on the application and not getting into other comments on
Right.
other issues.
Sure.
So
The application is a done deal, okay? I already know it,
Thank you.
right? So I just look around. I see 1, 2,
Yes,
3.
Chair.
4.
Councillor Kirby-Young.
I have a point of order. I think
Yes.
I think the speaker should focus their comments on the merits or non-merits as they see of the application, not on adjudicating councillors or suggesting that it's a done deal, because we have an obligation to hear all speakers.
Yes, agreed.
Correct,
So
okay? But
again, back to focusing on.
word is
the
word and
application.
it's already known, okay? There's 1 councillor sitting in this room right now that's been pushing the deal.
Chair, if
Chair,
this
if we-
speaker can't focus on the application, then I would like you to please terminate their speaking on
Well,
this.
that's what you like to do all the time, Councillor Meisner, right?
So, Mr.
Chair, can we
Cassidy,
take
we're
a
not
rec-
here to debate with councillors.
I've made my point. No, listen,
Chair,
I've
can I
made my
suggest we
point about
take
the
a
density of the
recess?
mass. None of you have looked at the project. I watched Councillor Meisner looking
So,
at it
Mr.
5 minutes
Cass-
before this vote.
Cassidy, your
Sean,
time
that's
is
not the
done.
project. That's a different project.
So, Mr. Cassidy, we're here to debate the merits of you had time to present your debate, your perspective on this item. We're now done.
Fantastic. I already know the outcome.
Are there any other speakers, clerks?
None online, and I don't see any in the chamber.
Thank you. Okay, this is our final call for speakers. Call 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 1061445#. And we'll take a 2-minute recess for additional callers. Thank you. Okay, clerks, do we have any further callers or speakers?
No.
Okay, thank you. In that case, we're closing the speakers list. Has there been a large volume of public comments received since 5 o'clock?
None.
Okay, in that case, does the applicant have any closing comments? Nope. Staff, any closing comments? The yellow memo? Okay, got that. Any final questions from council? Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, I was just looking for one clarification if I could. I know this increases the floor and the podium for the hotel space and then the floor to floor height. So, but it doesn't change the number of hotel rooms. Is that correct? Or does it?
Right? There we go.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. The number of hotel rooms isn't managed through the bylaw. It's managed at the development permit stage. So while the floor area allocated for hotel rooms is increasing, the applicant may achieve additional hotel rooms, but that's determined at the development permit stage.
Okay.
At this stage, we have an estimate of hotel rooms. We do expect a number to increase, but we don't know the exact number.
Okay, so we don't have an approximation at this point from
That's
the 138 that were previously approved?
That's right.
I should have asked that question earlier of the applicant, sorry. I see they're smiling. They might want to share the information with you and staff can share it back to me. Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, it's approximately 25 units, but it can change at DP depending on how the application comes in.
So it sounds like about a 20% increase. Okay, that's what I wanted to know. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Clerks, do we have any additional public comments received?
None.
Thank you. Could I get someone to move the application with the yellow memo, please? Moved by Councillor Kirby-Young, seconded by Councillor Meisner. Any comments, debate on this item? Councillor Meisner, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll be quick. This is a great place for hotel rooms, so I'm happy to see the additional rooms in this project. It's adjacent to BC Place, and I think that the overall project is going to be a really positive contribution to the neighborhood. They're also restoring the former Northern Electric building, which is a beautiful heritage building. So, and building this project around it. So, I'm personally looking forward to this being completed, and I think it's really going to help complete this end of Robson Street. So, I'm in full support of this amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Meisner. Seeing no one else on the queue, we're going to call the vote. Just a reminder to those of you online, please enable your videos if you would like to vote. If not, we'll mark you absent. Please vote online. And clerks, I will take a vote assist in favor, please. Thank you, Council. That passes with Mayor Sim, Councillor Fry, Councillor Clausen, and Councillor Orr absent. And that concludes this item. Thank you. Moving on to item 3 on our agenda, CD1 rezoning 800-876 Granville Street. Any conflicts of interest to declare? So declare them now. Hearing none, the clerk will now read the application and summary of correspondence received.
This is an application by Perkins plus Will Canada Architects Company to rezone 800-876 Granville Street from DD Downtown District to CD-1 Comprehensive Development District to permit a mixed-use development with a 42-story north tower and 38-story south tower buildings connected with a 5-story podium containing 523 rental units, of which 73 studio units will be secured at below market rents. Commercial uses on the ground floor, hotel use in the podium, retention, preservation, and designation of the Commodore Ballroom, and retention and designation of 4 heritage building facades. A maximum building height of 134 meters, 440 feet, and a total floor area of 64,700 square meters, 425 square feet are proposed. The General Manager of Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability recommends approval, subject to conditions set out in the summary and recommendation. The following correspondence has been received since referral to public hearing: 20 pieces of correspondence in support, 12 pieces of correspondence in opposition, and 3 pieces of correspondence regarding other aspects related to the application. This represents all correspondence received up to 5 p.m. today.
Thank you, clerks. Just seeing Councillor Kirby Young, I see you on the queue. Is that from before? Or is that, do you have a? Okay, we'll clear it. Thank you. I appreciate that. So this is our first call for speakers. Any speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call 1-833-353-8610, followed by the participant code 1061445# before the close of the list. The number is posted on X and also displayed during the recess. There will be an opportunity for new speakers and missed speakers to be heard at the end of the registered speakers list. We have staff from Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability here to present the application. Go ahead.
Great, thanks.
Welcome.
Good evening, Council. My name is Nick Danford. I'm the rezoning planner for the file. So the site outlined in red on the screen is located in the city center on the southeast corner at the intersection of Granville and Robson Streets. The site extends south for the majority of the east side of the 800 block of Granville. Comprised of 13 parcels, the site is currently developed with 2 to 5 story, mainly commercial buildings. The site includes 5 historic buildings, 2 of which are listed on the Vancouver Heritage Register. The first is the Commodore Ballroom, an entertainment venue. The second is the State Hotel, which is also known as the Norfolk Rooms. This is a building that has been vacant since the 1970s and is subject to the city's single room accommodation or SRA bylaw. Surrounding sites contain residential, commercial, arts and culture, and entertainment uses. Nearby developments range in height from a single story to buildings in excess of 30 stories. The Granville Street Plan and the downtown rezoning policy are applicable to the proposal. The Granville Street Plan, adopted in 2025, provides a 20-year framework for change, development, and public benefits along Granville Street in the downtown. The site is located within the city center sub-area of the plan. Here, the policy contemplates rezoning sites for residential and non-residential developments up to the underside of the most restrictive view corridor and the maximum density subject to urban design performance. The application was submitted in March 2025. The proposal is for a 42 and 38-story mixed-use development. The total floor area proposed is 64,700 square meters, or approximately 14.4 FSR. The proposal contains 523 rental units, including a minimum of 73 studio units secured at 25% less than the citywide average market rents. The SRA bylaw applies to this site, whereby 73 SRO units contained in the State Hotel are to be replaced 1-for-1 with dedicated social housing units. As the SRO has been vacant for nearly 50 years, the 73 below market rental units proposed form part of the overall public benefit for the project, which on balance meets the SRO replacement requirements while also satisfying other Granville Street Plan objectives. Hotel and other commercial uses are proposed within the podium of the building. Retention, preservation, and designation is proposed for the Commodore Ballroom, along with the retention and designation of 4 other heritage facades within the site. Public feedback was received through the application review process. Comments received in support of the proposal expressed the redevelopment will bring revitalization and safety to the area of the city. Respondents also appreciated the heritage retention approach and expressed support for the increased economic activity, mix of uses, and the amenities provided. Comments of concerns were raised regarding the proposed massing and height, loss of the heritage character of Granville Street, and land use compatibility between the residential and entertainment uses. In response to the concerns regarding the proposed form of development, the proposal adheres to the plan's policy and urban design guidelines such as tower separation. Conditions for the form of development are included in Appendix B. Regarding the heritage character of Granville Street, staff note that the Commodore Ballroom is being retained, preserved, and designated, while 4 heritage facades are also being retained along the frontage. Finally, regarding the land use compatibility, staff note that this area of the Granville Street Plan does contemplate both entertainment and residential uses, while the entertainment core is identified between Smythe and Davie Streets, just south of the site. The expected DCL contribution is approximately $20.5 million. So that, along with the public art contribution, the total public benefit package of $21.8 million is proposed. Other benefits include the delivery of 523 rental units, including the 73 units secured at below market rates. Additionally, the built heritage preservation and retention approach for the project has been valued by the applicant at approximately $25.4 million. In conclusion, staff support the application subject to conditions and are available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. Does the applicant wish to make a presentation? I'll get you to approach the new podium over here on my right. Oh, over that side. Few changes.
Good evening.
Hang on, we're just gonna,
I'm okay to go.
just one, Tina, are you wanting to do? Hang on one sec. I think they're just wanting to adjust the podium. Can someone help, please?
Sorry, I'm not that.
Do you have a slide deck as well? Do you have a slide presentation as well? No,
Slide presentation.
just checking.
No, I don't, but our architects do.
Okay. They'll help with that. Okay. Okay, go ahead.
Good evening, esteemed and honorable council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Kerry Bonas, and along with my brother, Dino, we're principals of Bonas Properties. This is a pivotal moment, not only for 800 Granville, but for a place that means so much to Vancouver. The Commodore Ballroom has been at the heart of this city for generations, and we feel a deep responsibility to honor its history and protect its spirit. Our vision does just that. It preserves and strengthens the legacy of the Commodore while bringing new life to an entertainment district that deserves to thrive again. Tonight is an opportunity to uphold what Vancouver cherishes and to help shape a vibrant, resilient future for the downtown core. I'd like to thank you for your leadership and all your work to bring action and affect the Granville Street new policy and your continued commitment to the street and our city. I'd like to commend especially the new leadership of the city staff and the team. The work in the last 18 months working collaboratively has been exceptional, and it makes up for the 8 or 9 years of the obstacles we faced, and we hope with their support and the public support that you'll pass this evening. And I'll pass it on to our esteemed and brilliant architects, which will give more details. Thank you.
Thanks, Carrie. We're going to give you a minute to get set up. It sounds like you do have a presentation.
Yes, we do. We're just trying to connect.
Clerks, do we have that to show on? Okay. Maybe IT can give us a hand and just let us know when you're ready to go. To those of you online, we're just taking a minute to get the slide presentation up. Need some Jeopardy music or something.
Do you allow us? If the clerk might be able to allow us to share.
Clerks, can we give them a hand?
Chair. I got it. Okay. There. Thank you.
I think we're just waiting. Ta-da. Okay, we've got a presentation. You're good to go. Welcome.
Apologies for the delay. We are ready to go.
That'll be the hardest part of the evening. Go ahead.
My name is Ryan Bragg. I'm a principal with Perkins and Will. Thank you very much. I thank you for the opportunity to speak, but also thank you very much for your support of the original planning process for the Canby Corridor, or sorry, the Canby Corridor, for the Granville Street, and also the concurrent support of this project being allowed to move forward, work with the city and city staff in order to get to you today. We're very much appreciative. Granville is more than just a street. To the city of Vancouver, it is a cultural destination, and it is also a place of collective memory. And it is through the policy that you've approved that allows projects like this one to make a significant difference and allow Granville Street to return to the glory that it once had. Our project is really about energizing Granville Street and a renaissance of Granville Street. It is about people and places, and so what it does is it provides porosity and activity at the street, which keeps Granville active in the day and in the evening. It's about safety and it's about engagement with the public. And it's also about heritage, it's about replacement of homes, and it's really about taking all of these uses, this mix of uses, and bringing them together in one cultural institution. It's not about a project, it's about the city, and it's about what this project can do for Granville Street. We see this as a step forward. This is future looking. We are very proud to be mixing all of these uses together and bringing you something that will invigorate the city. It will start with one block. It will add to Granville Street and be a model for what we can do in the downtown. We truly, our clients as well as ourselves, truly believe in Vancouver as a city, and we believe that Granville Street can be as good as it once was and much better. And this project is about doing that. The heritage, the culture, and the engagement of the populace is really what we want. And so thank you. I'm not going to go on any longer than this, so I really do feel bad that we had to wait longer than my presentation. But I want to thank you again for your support as we've gone through this. This has been a wonderful challenge to get to where we are, but we're extremely proud and we truly believe in what this project will provide to the city moving forward. So thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. Thank you for the model, too. We haven't had one in a long time. I am going to move to questions from councillors, either to staff or to the applicant. And I'm going to advance Councillor Kirby-Young. Go ahead, Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I have a few questions directed to the applicant first, and probably for you while you're there. Can you tell us a bit more about the hotel component? What's envisioned in terms of number of rooms? Do you anticipate this being run by flagged by a brand? Can you give us a bit more perspective on that?
Yes, and Carrie may join me if I don't have all of the answers. But the hotel is placed above essentially the concentration of food and beverage and retail is at the lower portion of the development. Above that, which would be just above what maybe we would call the podium, but also the heritage buildings, is where the hotel is located. There are 100 rooms, just over 100 rooms within the hotel. And currently, with regards to a flag and the management of the hotel.
So we've had a few preliminary discussions with several multinational hotel groups. All of them expressed a lot of interest and would love to be present here. Relative to the entire, it's one of 7 uses. So we'd like to basically, once we move forward, incorporate it with an entire mix with the retail mix and find something that'll be complementary to the entire project and vision. But
Okay.
that the intention is that it'll be a major flag.
Okay, great. I'm going to keep going just because we're limited for time. And my other one is in previous sort of visions of the project, and I know it's gone through a number of different iterations, uses, designs. There were enhancements contemplated to the Commodore. I know this retains, it sort of designates the corridor, the Commodore, and I know it's approaching its centenary in 4 years, I think in 2030. Will there still be any improvements in terms of improving the load-in, load-out capacity and modernizing that facility? I know that was one of the pieces that was contemplated previously that would actually, despite it being an existing venue, would increase the capacity of the number of events, the music events that could be held.
Yes, thank you very much, Councillor. The loading facilities, which were previously proposed, are being retained in this proposal, as are all the new exiting requirements. And so we have the ability to essentially take the loading and the exiting out of the Commodore complex. And that's both, it's for the ballroom, it's also for the retail and for the bowling lanes below. So it's actually a very interesting mixed-use project, which you're right, is very close to reaching its centenary. But all of those sort of back of house components are being retained. We're proposing them within the new development. And what they do is they allow...
Are they being, just because I'm tight for time, are they being modernized so that
Yes.
the load in, load out will be faster and then therefore more events could be held in an existing venue?
Yeah. In a new loading dock that is associated with it. So it's
Okay.
covered, it's protected, safe as well.
Okay, great. And maybe this is a question for Mr. Bonis specifically. And that is, you've gone through a number of iterations. To your comment around Granville Street deserves revitalization. If this project's approved, are you ready to go and to build this now? Do you feel that the economic conditions will allow you to do it now that you've landed on a project that you think is workable?
Well, that's our intention, if approved, to get moving forward as fast as possible. As you know, we've had a lot of the properties vacant intentionally to commence, and we haven't entered into any new leases, and so it's our intention is to get this off the ground as quickly as possible.
Okay, and can you speak to the vision for the retail?
Well, the retail, we believe, we've owned and operated for decades. Retail is really important to have a diverse, eclectic mix and keep some of the historic tenants and have diversity of uses, and that would be our intention here. We wouldn't want to see just one tenant, for example, take the entire ground floor. Ideally, as we have a myriad of heritage and new frontages, we want to have an exciting mix, not only in terms of the architectural vernacular of the streetscape, but also with the retail mix, and that's our intention.
Okay, great. Thanks. I'll leave it there. Thank you. Appreciate the answers.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young. Go ahead, Councillor Meisner.
Yeah, thanks. Councillor Kirby-Young asked a few of my questions, but curious from the architect as to how you are going to mitigate noise, sound from Granville Street. I know in terms of having hotel rooms and rentals there, be curious for more information on what, glazing you're planning and any measures to mitigate any noise.
So there are a number of different things we're doing. The first is the envelope of the building is very high performance. So it seals very well, which means you don't have a lot of noise coming in. The other thing that we're doing is on the studio and the one-bedroom units, we're providing Juliet balconies. And at the same time, as you can see on both buildings, there are sections in the middle of the north building and on the edge of the south building. And those are 3-story spaces that are common that everybody can go and use within the residential building. And the intention there is that when people are gathering, they can go into those spaces. They are operable so that the glazing opens there, but it means that this is wrapped with a very tight skin that will keep noise away.
Okay.
And that's the same with the hotel.
Okay, so by not having each unit having its own outdoor space and having those common spaces, that allows for the individual units to be more soundproof, I guess,
that's
okay,
correct.
interesting. Okay, thanks for that. Other question, I don't know if it's for the architect or Carrie, but was around, I saw in the model, I think the renderings, it looks like a video screen at Robson and Granville. I wonder if you could speak to that.
Yes, as you know, we worked with the city for several years to put the current video screens, and with the same rationale for the one that's up at Robson and Granville now, we sort of look at, Granville Street had the historic city bylaws that allowed for oversized and kinetic neon and so forth. And fast forward to the next century, here we are with modern technology. So just as kinetic signage was a big thing half a century ago, our intention here is to incorporate exciting video into the project itself and create more excitement, especially as this will be truly the civic center, a meeting place to complement the public space in front of the old courthouse and public square at Robson. So we think it'll work hand in hand together with that and enhance it.
Okay, kind of like a Times Square experience. Yeah, okay, thank you.
Well, a Vancouver
That's right.
interpretation.
That's right. Thank you. The other question was, I know Councillor Kirby-Young asked about like how ready to go you are on this and understand the market and everything. But I'm curious, I mean, this looks complicated in terms of the heritage retention of the facades and obviously lots of moving parts and a tight site. How long would something like this take to construct once you start digging? And you don't have to tell me when you're going to start digging. I'm just wondering what that construction timeline looks like.
I mean, plus or minus 6 months, it would probably be around 3 years.
Okay. Yeah. Right. Okay. And another question.
So there's one thing we can do as well is we can commence on the South Tower first, and then so it could be staged as well, but continuous nonstop construction, because obviously we want to finish as quickly as possible and cause the least amount of disturbance.
Yeah. Okay.
To the life that's down there.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. Okay. Thanks for that. And then my last question was, and I know it's probably in the report, but it's just easier to ask. What about the parking situation? How much parking?
On the North 200, we have several levels of underground parking. It's important to note that in this modern era, this is a transit-oriented area with, the Canada Line, the bus hubs, and everything here. So we think we have more than sufficient parking.
Yeah, very transit friendly. Okay, thanks. That's it for me.
Thank you, Councillor Meisner. Councillor Maloney.
Thank you. I'm interested in asking a few questions about the 73 below market studio units. How does that work in the, where are they sited in the project? Where's the door, and is there common space available to the occupants of those units? Perhaps you could talk about that.
Yeah, they're actually in the South Tower, and there won't be a separate entrance. It'll be all for all occupants of the property.
So they'll have access to all the common space of the other residents?
Yes.
Great. And And so they'll have the same noise attenuation and
Absolutely.
great. Is there any neon included as a nod to the past?
Well, there actually the one piece of neon may be neon. It may be LED. We'll have to see what happens. But the original Commodore sign, which was hanging much like the Orpheum sign, will be returned, and that will have either neon or a facsimile thereof. Outside of that, there are lots of ideas we've got, but
Just so you know, whenever we get tenants, we really persuade them as much as possible within our will to incorporate neon. And when we built what's known as the Best Buy building now, we sort of pushed and twisted arms as much as we could to all the tenants to voluntarily include neon, because it's a big opportunity for them and also to contribute to the community and the history of the street. So we will push as hard as we can.
Thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor Maloney. We'll do our next call for speakers. If there's any speakers who wish to speak to council, please call toll-free 1-833-353-8610, followed by the participant code 1061445# before the close of the list. This number will be posted on X and displayed during the recess. We will now hear from members of the public. Any registered speakers in council chamber, please come forward to the left podium when your name is called. Phone-in speakers will be unmuted when your name is called. Speakers have up to 5 minutes to make their comments and should limit their comments to the merits of the application being considered. Noting here that speaker number 1 has withdrawn, and so we will move to speaker number 2, Jane Talbot, who I believe is on the phone. Jane, are you there?
Please call 1-833-353-10, followed by the participant code 1061445 before the close of the list. This number will be posted on X and displayed during the recess. We will now hear from members of the speakers in council chamber. Please come forward to the left podium when your name is called. Phone-in speakers will be unmuted when your name is called.
I just shut out.
Jane?
Yes.
Yes, Jane, you have 5 minutes to address council.
Oh, okay. Hi. Good evening. My name is Jane Talbot. I'm the president and CEO of the Downtown Vancouver BIA. Our organization represents 8,000 businesses, over 90 blocks of the Central Business District, including Granville Street and the Granville Entertainment District. I'm calling in this evening to express our full support for the proposed redevelopment of 800 Granville. Granville Street is one of Vancouver's most significant entertainment and cultural corridors, but it continues to face challenges related to public safety, storefront vacancy, underinvestment, and declining confidence. This corridor is under significant strain, and projects like 800 Granville are essential catalysts to drive momentum forward. This project achieves a careful balance between heritage conservation, entertainment, hospitality, and active street use, including preservation and long-term viability of the Commodore Ballroom and the Commodore Building. This is a critical cultural asset in our district, and it's critical that it's saved. Downtown Van believes projects of this scale and quality are essential to restoring confidence in Granville Street, attracting investment, and supporting the street's long-term success. We thank Bonus Properties for their ongoing investment to Granville Street and to Council for your careful consideration this evening. Thank you.
Thanks, Jane, for calling in this evening. Our next speaker is Royce Schwinn. Is Royce here or on the line? Royce, go ahead.
Good evening, Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. Roy Schwinn, CEO of Destination Vancouver, resident of Vancouver, and I'm speaking in support of agenda item number 3, the rezoning of 800-876 Granville Street. Now, Destination Vancouver welcomed the opportunity to be part of the consultation process that helped shape the outcome of the Granville Street plan, which Council approved last June, as you know. And the result of that plan reflected real listening and a shared ambition to see Granville thrive again. As I said at the time, in its heyday, Granville Street just wasn't a place to go. It was where Vancouver went to feel alive. It was glamorous, it was a little spicy, and unmistakably vital to the city's identity. It's a street that holds the city energy, its memory, and now its potential. But that appeal long ago began to fade, and it continues to slide into some decay. And it took another heartbreaking hit, perhaps just a few weeks ago, when we watched the Hudson's Bay sign come off the Granville and Georgia location, a site that company started business in 1914. So Council's adoption of the Granville Street Plan set a clear direction to restore Granville as a safe, welcoming, and economically vibrant arts and entertainment district. The focus now is on implementation. So the rezoning of 800 Granville Street would be a long overdue example of that implementation in action. The proposal before you today supports the plan's objectives by encouraging uses that increase activity on the street throughout the day and into the evening. That consistent presence is essential to revitalization of this once iconic corridor. It really was reinforced during COVID that public safety and street animation go hand in hand. Streets that are active, well-used, and economically viable feel safer for everyone, residents and visitors alike. Council's work with the province to support the relocation of SROs away from the Granville Strip to a more appropriate location is an important and welcome step in laying the foundation for the revitalization of the street alongside investments in housing services and public realm improvements. The inclusion of hotel use is particularly important in this context. Council has been consistently engaged in support of the Destination Vancouver's work on hotel capacity. Thank you for that. Recognizing the role that well-located new supply plays in supporting the visitor economy and the city's broader socioeconomic goals. This proposal aligns with Council's hotel development policy and would introduce a steady mix of people beyond typical retail hours. That regular foot traffic supports nearby businesses, helps animate the public realm, and contributes to a safer, more welcoming environment. Hotels, of course, also deliver tangible benefits, local jobs, increased spending at nearby restaurants and venues, and stronger support for the arts, culture, and entertainment uses that define Granville's identity and take advantage of Vancouver jewels like the Orpheum Theatre and, of course, the loved Commodore Ballroom. Revitalization will not happen through a single project, but will not happen without projects like this. Incremental policy-aligned investment is how momentum is built and confidence is restored. Approving the rezoning of 800 Granville sends a clear signal that Council is committed to moving from planning to action and to supporting a Granville Street that is active, safe, and alive again. Bonus Properties, thank you for your resilience in the process. Destination Vancouver supports this application and encourages Council to approve the rezoning. It's a long time coming. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Royce. Aaron Chapman, in person. Good evening.
Thank you. Well, good evening, Council. My name is Aaron Chapman. I'm the author and Vancouver historian of a number of books about the history of Vancouver, including Live at the Commodore, the story of Vancouver's historic Commodore Ballroom. While the Commodore was built and opened in 1930 and has provided a great night out for the last 96 years to generations of Vancouverites, as well as hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of visitors to the city over the years, it's not without its challenges in keeping up with the times and the current state of the live music industry or how it fits within the Granville Entertainment District. Which is why I'm pleased to be here to speak in favor of the Granville Street development. But I'm also somebody for the last 20 years who worked in the local concert industry, my night job, I guess, or maybe my day job, as a production manager, putting on concerts at the Queen Elizabeth Theatre, the Orpheum, the Vogue, and indeed the Commodore Ballroom from Live Nation Concerts, which is a position I actually just left in December. So as somebody who wrote the book, but also worked at the venue itself in the past, I like to think I know the needs of the venue and the potential of what this project does to the to benefit the Commodore itself and then really the whole city as a whole. And that shouldn't be underestimated. And let me even cite one example. When any concert tour comes to Vancouver, whether they arrive in a GMC in a trailer in the back like my old bands used to do, or if they were lucky enough to be in a tour bus, or perhaps in a couple of tour buses and a semi-truck, all that gear has to go into the alley, Ackery's alley, between the Orpheum and the Commodore, and has to go up a very, very small lift that's about as big as your bathroom at home, and up to the second floor of the Commodore. And whether that's not just the amps and drum kit, maybe it's a backdrop, maybe it's stage props, any kind of set pieces, that all takes a considerable time going up that narrow little gear elevator. Now, the Commodore sees some of the biggest acts in the world on the way up and sometimes even on the way down. And one example that I can remember offhand when I was at was in 2009 when the Lady Gaga show was at the Commodore. And yes, that same Lady Gaga that was just at the Super Bowl last weekend. Now, her tour carried a number of props, including a very heavy plexiglass piano shell, as big as a piano, excuse me, in itself. And that didn't fit in the gear elevator. There was no way of getting in. That part of the show couldn't happen. So, excuse me, there were about 8 very brawny stagehands that managed to carry that up the front steps of the Commodore. I remember staying clear away from because I thought, geez, if those guys lose a grip, I'm going to be done for. It did make it up there, and it was a great visual element of the show that perhaps had that not happened, it would have been a completely different show than she was doing. So the new development in the Commodore adds that larger gear elevator loading dock potential, even giving the ability for a tour bus in closer to park to unload is really inarguably a game changer in terms of what happens at that venue. Not only allowing it easier to produce many shows at the venue, many more of them, but be able to answer the logistical needs better of concert tours, which are changing and getting bigger and bigger and more complex as the years go by. What the development also offers with the more back-of-house space will no doubt help as well. For the last 20 years, my colleagues and I worked in a production office the size of a broom closet. In fact, it was a broom closet because in 1930, when the Commodore was built, they never had any idea to make any modern production office facilities. So the fact that it adds that, I know my colleagues who are working down there will be enthused about that. Some of the initiatives that create a safer, pedestrian-friendly environment day and night in the proposal, I think, are important too. Now, the history of Granville Street has long been hotly debated and written about by people like myself. And beyond the value of the nighttime, Connie, what's often left out of that discussion is the raison d'etre about what happens there during the daytime. And I think the hotel and commercial space do much to help bring visitors and business to the area. There's no question this is a big proposal. I don't know how often the city gets something like this in front of its desk and for a project this size. But I believe this is the right kind of development that adds a great deal, not only to Granville Street itself, but much to the entertainment district and really secures the future and long-term viability of the Commodore. Myself and many other people think Granville Street is worth fighting for. So let's get to work and see a better Granville Street for everyone. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Aaron. It's appreciated. Summit Ambo Wanamaker on the line.
Yeah, thank you very much. And perfect pronunciation. That's like the first time I've heard somebody say that. I would like to thank you for the opportunity to speak here tonight. And prior to starting, I'd just like to tell you a bit about myself. I'm a wildland firefighter and a student at the University of British Columbia. And I come from a small town in the southeast Kootenays. And when moving to Vancouver, I feared homelessness. My job as a wildland firefighter pays lower base wages than most retail jobs, and being faced with up to $2,000 a month in rent for a one-bedroom apartment was overwhelming and forced me to consider if I could even live in the city at all. Like many other essential workers, I contribute to climate resilience and public safety, but face significant blocks in accessing equitably priced housing. Thus, I would like to voice my support for the 800-876 Granville Street proposal. The development offers people like me the opportunity to live, work, and study without the fear of an increasingly volatile housing market. Furthermore, this proposal offers the City of Vancouver the opportunity to accelerate growth in the Granville Entertainment District while simultaneously allowing for below-market housing initiatives to have a stake on the street. Currently, housing insecurity is one of the most substantial issues facing the City of Vancouver. Below-market housing has long been shown to be one of the best ways to combat housing insecurity and the issues surrounding public safety, particularly when integrated in the heart of Vancouver's entertainment district. Locating below-market housing on Granville Street ensures that residents have access to transit, work opportunities, and services rather than being pushed to the outskirts of the city. This proposal also brings one of the most substantial approaches to Granville Street revitalization in recent years. The addition of 100 hotel rooms ensures that direct tourist expenditure is reaching one of the areas that it is needed most. The increased foot traffic on Granville Street ensures that local businesses are receiving increased revenue, while residents of the tower in turn benefit from the amenities provided by the neighborhood. Beyond housing and economic benefits, this proposal aligns with the city's agenda to make a more safe and inclusive city. The mixed-use development has the capacity to bring in thousands to Granville Street, bringing 24-hour activity to the area, This natural surveillance has been shown in several studies to reduce overall crime, contributing to what can be a revitalized strip of Vancouver. This project is pivotal in Vancouver's growth, as it reflects how both tourists and residents can benefit from one single project. I strongly urge the acting mayor and council to approve of this project, as it ensures that Vancouver can be a place to live and play at the same time. Thank you, acting mayor and council, for your deep considerations, and please vote to approve the development at 800-876 Granville Street.
Thank you, Summit, for calling in this evening. Our next speaker is Brianne Lapierre. Brianne on the line.
Hello, and thank you so much for the opportunity to speak tonight. I am speaking in support of the 800-876 Granville Street project. I think this is a wonderful project that will help support safer and more vibrant Granville Street. I also am really interested in the heritage aspect of the Commodore Ballroom, and I think that it protects it and revitalizes it in a very positive way. And I'm also really interested in the fact that it adds more hotel space to downtown. I think that with having FIFA coming to Vancouver, we're really recognizing that we have a deep hotel shortage in the city, and we want to invite more visitors and more people and more events to Vancouver. And I think this brings a much needed support for the hotel space, not to mention, of course, the purpose-built rental housing being incredibly valuable as well. So I really encourage all council members to approve this application. Thank you very much.
Thanks for calling in this evening. Our next speaker is David Gulliver. David,
Yeah, hi there. Thank you so much.
Go ahead.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, go ahead, David.
Perfect.
You have 5
Thank you
minutes.
so much. Awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in front of council. I'm just speaking in support of the project at 800-876 Granville Street. I'm particularly interested in a couple factors, one being the protection of the future of Commodore Ballroom as a historic venue in Granville Street and the revitalization of the street, but also, as noted from the previous caller, the hotel space as the city prepares to host for FIFA. I think one of the things that the city is lacking is hotel space, and as we welcome all these visitors from around the world, we need to be prepared for that. So I just wanted to make a quick call in support of the project. Thank you so much, and thank you for your time.
Thanks very much for your comments. That brings us to the end of our speaker list. Speaker number 8 has withdrawn. Are there any additional speakers in chambers? See any right now? So I'll do a final call for speakers. If you wish to speak to this item, please call 1-833-353-8610, followed by the participant code 1061445#. The phone number will be posted on X and also displayed during the recess. We will now take a 2-minute recess for any additional speakers to call in or come forward to the podium. Clerks, do we have any other speakers online or in chambers?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, there is an unidentified speaker on the phone. We can have join us.
Yes. Speaker, could you identify yourselves and if you live in Vancouver?
Certainly. My name's Daniel. I'm not a Vancouver resident. I live on the University Endowment lands, and I'm very grateful for the opportunity to speak here this evening. And I want to speak in support of the proposed redevelopment at 800-876 Granville. Just from my perspective, as a student and a renter who lives in very, very close proximity to the city, I really think downtown would benefit more from rental housing that's close to jobs, transit, and amenities. And I think this proposal directly responds to that need. I think the project also really contributes to the overall health and safety of the downtown core. I think a big part of keeping Vancouver a vibrant city that we all love is making sure that all of our streets are active, safe, and welcoming at all hours, and that includes especially Granville Street. I also think that from a planning perspective, the site is really well suited for this level of density. Being just a few minutes walk from the SkyTrain station, it's exactly where housing and the 100 hotel units and commercial activity really should be concentrated. And I think it makes a great use of the city's development plans. And overall, I think the proposal is really balanced. It's forward-looking. It's something that will allow students and renters like me the chance to live in the city, to live in a vibrant and a very safe community. And for all those reasons, I'd really urge council to support this application. Thank you.
Thanks very much for calling in this evening. Do we have any other speakers on the line?
No.
Okay, I'm not seeing anyone at the podium. In that case, I'm going to close the speakers list. Has there been a large volume of public comments received on this item since 5 p.m.?
No.
No? Okay, in that case, I'm going to close receipt of public comments. Does the applicant have any closing comments? Okay. Staff, do you have any closing comments? Council, any final questions to staff? Seeing no one on the queue, it's time for our decision. Can I get someone to move it? Moved by Councillor Kirby-Young, seconded by Councillor Meisner. We're now into debate. And I see Councillor Meisner, were you on there before? Or is that old? I wasn't. Does anyone have your, okay, we're good with that queue? Okay, go ahead, Councillor Meisner. Well, clerks, there. Sorry.
There we go.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks to the applicant and the city staff this evening, and as well as all the speakers who spoke about the project. This is, obviously really pivotal, and I heard that word many times this evening around this project, and I would wholeheartedly agree. This has been very, very long in the making and has been through several iterations. And I really believe that this is going to be transformational for Granville Street. And it's going to really catalyze a lot of the revitalization that we want to see on the street. There's a lot of benefits to this project. It's going to bring new rental homes to a block that doesn't have any. It will have revitalization of several historic facades. It's going to bring new retail space to the block, hotel rooms, restaurants, and more. And I actually, although this has taken a long time to get to this point, I think we've ended up with a better result. So I'm really, really excited to see this move forward. And I think that this is going to be very important for downtown Vancouver. There's lots of good things happening downtown, but as mentioned, with Hudson's Bay closing nearby, and obviously the Nordstrom space a few years ago, this part of downtown needs new energy. And the good news is we're starting to see retailers be announced for that old Nordstrom space that's kitty corner to this. And by the time this probably gets under construction, those spaces will have been fully announced. But this is just going to really bring that energy back to Granville Street that we all want to see. Every time my parents come to Vancouver to visit, they always ask about Granville Street, and they say, "Hey, can we go down Granville Street?" And sometimes I tell them, Mom and Dad, like Granville Street is not really maybe what it was like when you guys were younger and you used to come to Vancouver. But there's still lots. Granville Street has so much going for it, and I know this project is going to is going to take it to the next level and really help revitalize it. So I'm very, very much in support of this. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Meisner. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I do have a number of things to say on this one. It's been in the hopper for a while. I'll start by saying it is a major moment, not just for our city, but particularly for Granville Street. This is a proponent that has been long committed to the street, and the assets that they are fortunate to own, I would say, they may be the owner, but I think they are collectively owned in the hearts and the collective memory of the residents of Vancouver. And that was referenced. The Commodore is storied. I think everybody remembers the dance floor. I didn't get to see Lady Gaga, would have loved to. I looked, hindsight 2020. But you look at the history dating back to the 1930s, which is coming up in 100 years. And, I looked up some of the history, and it was a legendary owner. I think it was originally the swing orchestras in the 70s. It said it became under legendary owner Drew Burns, became a full-on music club. Breakout bands performed there across all genres: punk, new wave, blues, metal, and heavy rock. So whether you are a Kiss fan, The Police, David Bowie, or any of the others, they all played there. And so I am grateful that I think retaining that important history and experience and the sort of the genesis and the DNA of what was Granville Street, I think has been a driving factor in this project while looking to modernize. So there's a lot to love about the project: delivering new rental homes, a new hotel, which we have had a longstanding shortage of rooms. So it's great to see this joining council's recent approval of the new hotel at Granville and Davie. I think that those are really positive things in terms of bringing back Granville Street is, and can be, I think, a very vibrant destination again for the city of Vancouver. This will provide a lot of uses, daytime and nighttime. The preservation of the heritage facades, I think, is really important. And I actually personally like the juxtaposition that you see in many cities where you're able to preserve that sort of sense of where your city came from at sort of the human scale at street level, and then you have a juxtaposition of the modern uses above. So I know it's been a long time coming. I think I've been in council, this is my second term now. We've had a lot of policy amendments to enable this to come forward. Everything from trying to, this project has survived through economic conditions, COVID. We tried to do the policy inquiry process, which ironically the acronym is PEP. It has not been very peppy. It has taken a bit of time to get here. We had to sort of really prioritize culture and entertainment uses, and council sort of really had to put its stake in the ground that that's what Granville Street could and should be. And then we finally had the approval of the Granville Street plan. So it is very exciting to see something come forward that really, I think, delivers on that vision. And I'm grateful. And I don't know a lot of folks that would have kept some of their spaces vacant for a long time while hanging on there. So kudos for that. Very grateful to sort of see the thought that has gone into it. And I think even the fact that what people won't see at first, but they'll start to see when they see more events happening at the Commodore, is those back of house improvements. And I think Aaron Chapman spoke to that. Glad that you steered clear of the piano. But just the ability to load in and out, you sort of think of how Herculean it is to deliver that. And we are very short of arts and culture and live music space in our city. So to keep one of our storied venues and have it be able to work harder is also, I think, a great benefit. So I'm very enthusiastic about approving the project. And it also has below market rentals. So not much to take issue with here, an awful lot to love. And I'm looking forward to seeing it anchor this very important part of our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young, for those comments. I added myself to the list as well, just to offer a few comments. Like Councillor Kirby-Young, in my second term on council, it's very exciting to see this come to fruition. Certainly a labor of love, I think, because as I think was noted by the applicant, 9 or 10 years in the making. And as Councillor Kirby-Young was saying, lots to love in this proposal and application. And just from personal perspective, I really appreciate that when sometimes we get these applications, we get to go down memory lane, and certainly Aaron Chapman took us there. Councillor Kirby-Young just took us there, and I think it speaks volumes to the iconic nature of Granville Street. And I remember my dad showing me a picture of him and his cousin, and a picture they'd picked up through Fonzie's photos down on Granville Street. And my great aunt, who worked at the Peter Pan Cafe, which was closed before I had an opportunity to go there. And so I knew from talking to my family members how important Granville Street had been in their early days in the city. And when I arrived in Vancouver, certainly I think had changed, not for the necessarily the better, from some of the height of its days of being that center of arts and culture and entertainment. But I think really, and I think, recognize where that merit's deserved is to, Councillor Kirby-Young was really a big driver in terms of pushing for renewal of Granville Street and the renewal plan, which I think is playing a key role in where it's going. So it's not just about this application, although I know I need to focus my comments on the application. But I think this application will contribute positively to the fabric of this neighborhood, to the city. My colleagues have already highlighted all the positive aspects of it. But I did want to share that I'm incredibly proud to see this come forward, and also happy to support it, because I think it is part of the change that people want to see along Granville and in this neighborhood. And so I'll be casting my vote in support, and thank everyone for their contributions this evening. And with that, I will call the vote. And for those of you online, please enable your video if you wish to vote on this application. And I will take a vote in favor, clerks. No, I'll take a vote as in favor, clerks. In favor, thanks. Thank you, Council, and that passes with Mayor Sim, Councillor Fry, Councillor Klassen, and Councillor Orr absent. Thank you, staff. Thank you, applicants. Thank you, Council. Take a very brief 2-minute recess to transition to our next project. Thank you. Okay, council, I'm going to call council back just because we have another big item this evening. Do we have? Council, please don't leave your seats. We're just going to take a couple of minutes to return to quorum. Thanks for everybody who's joined us. We'll just be a minute before beginning. Okay, welcome back, Council. Just before we begin item 4, just flagging for all of us that we are bare quorum and we have 2 members online, so please keep your videos enabled. Thank you for being so flexible this evening. I'm looking at both of our councillors online. And if we do need to take a recess for a bio break, just let me know. But we are about to begin, I believe this is our last item. Item 4, CD1 rezoning for 1527 15-27 West Hastings Street and 8-36 West Cordova Street. Before we begin, are there any conflicts of interest to declare? Okay, hearing none, the clerk will now read the application and summary of correspondence received.
This is an application by Michael Green Architecture, Inc. to rezone two non-contiguous sites at 15-27 West Hastings Street, referred to as the Hastings Street site, from DD Downtown District to CD-1 Comprehensive Development District, and at 8-36 West Cordova Street, referred to as the Cordova Street site, from HA-2 Heritage Area District to CD-1 Comprehensive Development District. The Hastings Street site proposes the development of a 39-story mixed-use building containing 519 rental units, with 20% of the residential floor area for below-market rental units and commercial uses on the ground floor. A floor area of 30,847 square meters, 332,031 square feet, and a height of 114.5 meters, 376 feet, with additional height for a rooftop amenity space are proposed. The Cordova Street site proposes the development of a 20-story mixed-use building containing 219 rental units, with 20% of the residential floor area for below-market rental units, a 179-room hotel, and commercial uses on the ground floor. A floor area of 21,043 square meters, 226,508 square feet, and a height of 66.3 meters, 218 feet are proposed. The General Manager of Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability recommends approval, subject to conditions set out in the summary and recommendation. The following correspondence has been received since referral to public hearing: 41 pieces of correspondence in support, 8 pieces of correspondence in opposition, and 2 pieces of correspondence regarding other aspects related to the application. This represents all correspondence received up to 5 p.m. today.
Thank you, clerks. This will be our first call for speakers. Any speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call 1-833-353-8610, followed by the participant code 106-1445# before the close of the speakers list. Phone numbers posted on X and will also be displayed during the recess. There will be an opportunity for new speakers and missed speakers to be heard at the end of the registered speakers list. We have staff from Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability here to present the application. Welcome and good evening.
And I am the rezoning planner for the 2 rezoning applications being considered under one presentation this evening. The rezoning applications for 1527 West Hastings Street and 836 West Cordova Street are being presented together this evening because the 2 sites are proposed to be connected by a pedestrian overpass and an underground parking lane across the city lane. The applicant has expressed that the proposed development on the Hastings site would be more viable under this arrangement, so is being considered together with the rezoning on the Cordova site. The 2 applications are located in 2 different sub-areas of the Downtown East Side Plan. The first rezoning site is within the Victory Square sub-area. Hereafter, I will refer to as the Hastings site. It is shown as the smaller red rectangle with 110-foot frontage, faces south, it's mid-block along West Hastings Street. The second rezoning site is located within the Gastown Historic District, hereafter referred to as the Cordova site. It is shown here as the larger red rectangle with a 240-foot frontage facing north, mid-block along Cordova Street. The 2 sites were occupied by the Army and Navy Department Store since 1948. A major rehabilitation of the sites was completed in 1972 that saw the expansion of the store as one big complex over the 2 sites. The Army and Navy store continued to operate until it was closed in 2020 because of the COVID-19 pandemic. I should say during the COVID-19 pandemic. The surrounding historic area is characterized by 4 to 10-story office buildings and residential buildings with ground floor commercial uses, and typically built out to the front and side property lines. This defines the characteristic sawtooth profile appearance of the heritage buildings in these historic areas. Across Abbott Street to the west is the Woodwards complex, which includes a 43 and 31-story residential towers, a restored 6-story Woodwards heritage building, childcare, and community serving spaces. This slide shows the Downtown East Side Plan map and the policies applicable to the 2 rezoning sites. Under the Downtown East Side Plan's Victory Square sub-area, The Hastings site can be considered for rezonings up to 5 FSR, with a relaxation for 100% market or social housing and building heights of up to 105 feet. For the Gastown sub-area, there is no rezoning policy in Gastown beyond what the current heritage zoning permits. There is no set density in Gastown. Instead, the density is determined by evaluating a proposal's context and design. There is a maximum building height in Gastown, which is supposed to be the building's existing height. A conditional increase up to 75 feet may be considered when there is a commensurate heritage conservation strategy. Council recently approved zoning changes to the downtown Eastside Oppenheimer District in December of 2025, aimed at facilitating SRO replacement and new social housing delivery. This uplifting work on the DEOD does not, however, apply to the current rezonings. So on the top half, the Hastings site proposes a 39-story building with a rooftop amenity floor and over 30,000 square feet of floor space. This mixed-use proposal includes 519 rental units, of which 20%, or approximately 108 units, will be offered at below-market rates and operated by a non-profit operator. The proposed non-profit operator at this time is BC Indigenous Housing Society. The ground floor of this building will also contain 2,500 square feet of commercial space that will be rented at below-market rates to a non-profit social enterprise for a minimum of 10 years. The nonprofit tenant would use the space to support community economic development in the downtown east side, and this arrangement is one of the public benefits of this project. On the lower half of the slide, the Cordova site proposes a 20-story tower over a 5-story podium, which it itself is made up of a 3-story building behind a restored heritage facade and a 2-story addition over top. Approximately 226,000 square feet of floor space is proposed. This mixed-use proposal includes 219 rental units, of which 20% of the residential floor area will be for below-market rental units, a 179-room hotel, and commercial spaces at grade. Unlike the Hastings site, the below-market rental units in the Cordova building are proposed to be operated by the developer. All the below-market rental units across both sites will be rented at 20% and 50% discounts to the CMHC average. This represents a deeper level of affordability than typically seen in BMR projects across the city. A pedestrian sky bridge at level 7 connects the two sites. You can see this here in this image between the two towers. The sky bridge will allow the market rental tenants on the Hastings side to access the amenity spaces on the Cordova side and vice versa. The Cordova site includes 3 historic buildings built between 1888 and 1891, all of which are designated protected heritage properties. From left to right, the Dunn-Miller block, the Callister block, and the Hayes-McIntosh block. This application is proposing substantial demolition of the exterior and structures of the 3 protected heritage properties in order to accommodate underground parking and a new 20-story building with a 5-story podium. The proposed conservation plan for these heritage properties is limited to the retention of the 3 historic street facades along West Cordova Street. The proposal for Cordova Street does not comply with the applicable community planning objectives, land use policies, and heritage policies for the Gastown historic area. Through public consultations on these proposals, support was expressed for the new rental housing, that new residents will support businesses in the area, and the revitalization of the previously shuttered buildings. Concerns were expressed regarding the proposal's significant height and scale exceeding policy and community expectations, the tower's impact on the neighborhood context and heritage character, and the potential for gentrification and displacement of area residents. The applicant requires this significant height and density to deliver over 700 units of rental, of which 20% of the residential floor area will be rented at below market rents, as well as a 179-unit hotel. The proposed density is also necessary to support the rehabilitation of the 3 Cordova buildings' heritage facades. The building's proposed height will not intrude into any protected view cones and does not cast shadows onto public parks, schools, or open spaces during the critical sunlight hours. The public benefits from these proposals include $8.3 million of DCLs, $1.1 million in public art contributions, as well as over 580 units of market rental housing, 155 units of below market rental housing, the below market rental commercial space on the Hastings site, and the restoration of the 3 heritage facades. The following 2 slides compare these proposals against the key policy and regulatory criteria. On this slide for the Hastings site, while rezonings can be considered, staff have identified a number of impacts to several key urban design and performance criteria, including height, density, and tower floor plate sizes, which contributes to the overall massing bulk. The tower on the Hastings site also limits the redevelopment potential of its neighbors. This slide summarizes the same information for the Cordova site. First, there is no rezoning enabling policy for Gastown, and the Cordova site rezoning may create expectations for further rezonings in Gastown. The proposed tower is higher than the existing heritage context and affects the redevelopment potential of its west neighbor. Finally, the new building on the Cordova site, as well as the overall heritage conservation strategy of facade-only retention, do not comply with the land use policies intended to preserve the form and character of the Gastown historic area. In summary, the left-hand bullets list the trade-offs and risks of these two rezoning applications, which I just went over. However, the closing of the Army and Navy department store in 2020 has left vacant storefronts along both street frontages, and the buildings are slowly deteriorating. The proposal's new rental units, commercial ground floors, hotel rooms, and public benefits will provide an opportunity to reactivate the public realm and generate new activity in the area. The design impacts of the 2 towers are limited to these blocks at the edge of Gastown. Therefore, staff have determined that the impacts of the 2 rezoning applications are balanced by the redevelopment opportunity and public benefits, and the General Manager of Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability recommends approval in principle of the proposals, subject to the conditions contained in their respective appendices. Thank you very much. Staff and the applicant team are here to answer any questions.
Thank you for the presentation. Does the applicant wish to make a presentation?
Good evening. Thank you. We don't have a presentation, but we would like to share a few words.
Certainly, go ahead.
My name is Nathaniel Funk with Bosa Properties. I'm here on behalf of the applicant team for the Cohen Block. First, thank you, councilors, for your time and consideration this evening, and we respectfully look for your support this evening for our proposal. We'd like to say thank you to staff for all their time, their detailed presentation this evening, as well as their diligence and leadership over the past several years. This has been a rigorous process, and the proposal in front of you this evening is really stronger as a result of that work. With us tonight are members of our design team, which are here to support any questions that you may have. We're also joined by BC Indigenous Housing, under an MOU as the intended operator for the below market units on the Hastings block. Lastly, I'd like to invite Ms. Jackie Cohen to say a few words. Ms. Cohen is the owner and CEO of Army Navy Properties. For over 100 years, the Cohen family operated the Army Navy store on the subject site as a place of access, affordability, and inclusion. From the onset, the Cohen family was clear that the future of this site must continue to put the community at its core, and it's that commitment that has guided this proposal.
Thanks, Nathaniel. Welcome, Jackie.
Thank you, Nathaniel. Good evening, everyone. Hi. Hi. Sorry, this is a big day for the Cohen family. 20 years ago, a big day meant it was the Army Navy shoe sale. And now it's Army Navy Properties, hopefully developing the Cohen block. Sorry, am I missing a
Take your time.
The dirt and buildings that my grandfather bought over a century ago that included the first synagogue in the city of Vancouver. operated as Canada's original discount department store chain. And these buildings potentially will become the heart and soul of our community once again. I am honored and humbled tonight to stand before you, seek approval for the Cohen Block. Sorry, I'm just emotional. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for your consideration.
No need to apologize. Thank you for your comments. At this time, I'll ask if council has any questions either to staff or to the applicant. And I see Councillor Meisner. You've put yourself in the queue. Go ahead, Councillor Meisner.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for the presentation and the words about the project. My first question was around the affordability. There was a mention about 50% or a portion of the below market units being 50% below market, and I'm just wondering how you were able to achieve that. I think it's probably more for the applicant, if I heard that correctly.
You did. Thank you, Councillor. Certainly the density and height are needed to enable all the public benefits to be delivered, including all the below market, the 20% floor area, at the different tranches of the 20% discount and 50% discount.
Okay. And what does that breakdown look like in the below market units in terms of the ones that are 20% below market and the ones that are 50% below market?
So 70% of that 20%, 70% of those units are at the 20% discount.
Yeah.
And 30% of those units are at the 50% discount.
Okay, great. And is that the BC Indigenous Housing Society units?
20%.
Nodding.
The 20%. There's 20% on the Hastings block.
Yeah.
All 20% would be is designed to be operated by a nonprofit BC Indigenous Housing.
Yeah.
There's also 20% on the Cordova block, which is at the moment intended to be operated by a developer.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thanks for that. How about the nonprofit retail space? What are you envisioning there in terms of what kind of I guess retail or store or cafe? What do you have in mind?
Yeah, well, there's 2,500 square feet of social purpose retail that we've committed to that would be available at below market rates for a period of 10 years.
Okay.
As you can see from the Cohen family and the commitment to the community, our kind of pillars of the project was to deliver community benefit, protect heritage, and make it economically viable. And so we haven't made any firm decisions on who that would be. Certainly, this project will take some time to deliver, but we would canvass the community, canvass the neighborhood in terms of wanting to deliver certainly a retail space that would benefit the community.
Okay, great. And then my other question was around the laneway, because I remember when the store was open, you could cross the laneway, and that was a pretty cool experience. So I'm just wondering what you're planning there in terms of like a treatment of that.
Yeah, part of the application, if you scrolled through all the pages, was an enhanced laneway revitalization on the frontages that this proposal includes. There is today a connection underground and above ground where the former Army Navy store would connect, and so we kind of were inspired by that connection, and so why you're seeing it come alive in the new proposal. The concept right now is that there would actually be the retail space we will be able to pass through the full block and actually spill into the laneway itself, similar to other blocks in Gastown, which has a kind of dual frontage of laneway and street frontage.
Like in Blood Alley.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay, great. Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Meisner. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I have a couple of questions. And first of all, I wonder, maybe I'll direct this to the applicant because it's our one opportunity. Can you walk us through the specifics of this site and thinking about the slides that were shown to council around the distinction between this application and policy, and specifically with respects to tower separation on both sides, and why we're seeing sort of those 10 and 11 or 11 and 12 feet in conjunction with the specifics of this site, because that's very unusual and something that council doesn't see very often.
Yeah, I think I don't know if you want to. That's for the applicant, correct?
Yes.
Yes. And I think you're probably referring to the Hastings site exclusively.
I think it showed both as having minimal.
Hastings site is the site that's most unique in the fact that the size of the site and what a typical tower floor plate that's efficient and is economical requires has required us to fit into the setbacks that are shown. The floor plates are typical of towers in Vancouver, but it's in terms of 11 foot, there's sort of two aspects of it. There's the portion that's in the podium, which actually has a zero lot line condition with a light well. And there's actually a condition that we're prepared to meet, which is to enhance the light into the light well podium units. And above the podium, the tower is set back and commensurate with the property lines. So I'm not sure if that answers your question, but the 11-foot setback, so I think on both sides, east and west sides.
Okay, so you're saying it's a function of both the site specific context as well as the floor plate requirement?
It's in response to what fits on the site with the structure and the tower floor plate.
Okay. I'm going to switch gears a little bit because this seems to be our night for having projects that have been such a huge part of Vancouver's collective memory. I think that was the term used earlier. Can you speak to any sort of treatments with respect to honoring the Army, Navy, heritage, signage, historical plaques, retention of any components that would be a visual design cues or something that speaks to the significant history of this century-old site?
Yeah, we I don't know if you want to come back and offer, but I know the Cohen family, Jackie, has a number of artifacts.
Oh my goodness. Anytime you walk upstairs to what is now the closed Cordova side, it's just filled with Army and Navy memorabilia, and I'm keeping it for this occasion to be able to have, whether it's scattered through a hotel lobby or in an area. My partner and I haven't really gotten to that point, but as you can tell by my emotions tonight, the history of the Army and Navy is so important to me. I think some of you were in our public meeting that we had in the store, and you saw the wall with all the photographs, the black and whites. I'm keeping them for this reason. I can't tell you where exactly I'm going to put everything, but the history of the Army and Navy is, as you can see in my emotion, is huge. And I think every little artifact, I have written logs from 1919, so I don't know how far back and how much stuff we'll have room for, but there will be a huge memorabilia history to the new development.
Anything on the exterior of the building with respects to signage, treatment, design, so there plaque that speaks to the history? Any design elements?
I would say all of the above. I don't know that we've actually gotten to that level yet, if I'm correct. I think so, but I know that right now when you drive down Hastings and you drive past the Osborne shelter, the Army and Navy sign is still up there. Whether that's considered, of that era. Unfortunately, the sign that was on Cordova back decades ago, that was long gone. Again, I'm not quite there yet, but any part of the memorabilia that is befitting, I would be using. Does that help?
Yeah, it does, because it's a piece of Vancouver's history. So thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you. Yeah, no, so many people, I think some of you, even, I used to shop there for the fishing gear, for the shoe sale, and those are memories that I hold just so dear that people remember, being in the Army and Navy. Almost everyone has a story. My mother used to take me, or my grandmother. So the heritage from my daughter, who's here with me tonight, my 3 grandchildren, my mother, and it's all part of our DNA. So thank you for bringing that up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young. And I'm just going to advance myself for a quick question to staff. Just noting towards the end of the presentation, you were daylighting, I think, that this application isn't necessarily compliant with either policy we have, or in some cases we don't have a rezoning enabling policy. Could you just speak to why as staff you're supporting this? Because sometimes we haven't seen that all the time. You've had presentations where you said we can't support this because it's not policy compliant. So could you speak to the trade-offs and why you thought this was worthy of support from an urban planning perspective and so on?
Thank you, Councillor Dominato, for the question. This was not an easy application to go through. It was definitely, staff definitely had to really consider what was on the table and what's being offered. But I think in summary, on balance, as I tried to re-summarize it, despite all of these things that were raised, we had to look at the site-specific context. We had to look at the opportunity that was here of buildings that were closed and slowly deteriorating, and the opportunity and the public benefits that were being offered. And on balance, staff came to that conclusion and just said, okay, staff will support this application.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for addressing that question. In that case, I am going to move to call for another call for speakers, and then we'll go to our speakers. If anyone wishes to speak to this item, please call 1-833-353-8610, followed by the participant code 1061445#. Phone number will be displayed on X and is also going to be displayed on the screen during the recess. We'll now hear from members of the public. Any registered speakers in council chamber, please come forward to the left podium, so the one to my right, when your name is called. Phone-in speakers will be unmuted when your name is called. Just a reminder, speakers have up to 5 minutes to make their comments and should focus their comments on the merit of the application being considered this evening. Our first registered speaker is Brenda Knights, who I believe is in person. Good evening.
Petchka, OCM. Good evening, council members. I feel your nervousness as well. When I stand here as an Indigenous person, I feel the responsibility for all of my people. I'm here to speak for those that can't speak for themselves.
Welcome.
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Brenda Knights, and I'm a member of the Kwantlen First Nation, and I also have ancestral family ties to the Musqueam. I'm a descendant of Chief Wattle Kainam, and I come from his family, the family that met the Simon Fraser expedition at the Kwantlen village of Kikate, in what is now known as Brownsville area of Surrey. As a local Indigenous person, I carry the stories, teachings, and responsibilities of my family. Our heritage is not only about the past, but also about our relationships to this land. The communities that have lived here for generations and the ways we care for future generations. Projects like the Cohen Block and the Army and Navy redevelopment are an opportunity to honor that heritage by creating housing and spaces that continue Indigenous presence in the city, support families, and respect the land while meeting contemporary needs. I am also the CEO of BC Indigenous Housing Society, and we are thrilled to be chosen as a housing operator of 108 below market units included in this project. And Jackie, my hands go up to you for putting reconciliation into action and inviting us to be part of this project. OCM. I acknowledge that this project is on the traditional and unceded territories of the Musqueam, Tsleil-Waututh, and Squamish nations. These lands have long been places of gathering, trade, and community. And Indigenous peoples have experienced ongoing displacement in this area as the city has grown. I am thankful for the relationships and family connections to these communities and work hard to honor and preserve their history in their territory. Because of that history, Indigenous people often approach development with both care and concern. Gentrification and displacement are real issues, and we have seen supportive housing placed into buildings that were never designed for that purpose, often as temporary solutions rather than long-term care. The downtown east side, specifically the 4-block radius from Main and Hastings, is a testament to the failure of these temporary solutions and the lack of strong leadership. We need to implement change. More of the same has only exacerbated the social ailments of our city. In contrast, projects like the Cohen Block demonstrate what is possible when housing and commercial enterprise built intentionally for permanence, dignity, and cultural relevance. Indigenous teachings remind us that meaningful change must consider the next 7 generations, and this project reflects the long view responsibility. BC Indigenous Housing Society has been engaged on this project for several years, working closely with the development team to ensure this project delivers housing that meets the needs of our community members. We have actively shaped the design and programming to strengthen livability cultural safety, and spaces that honor Indigenous philosophy and values. This project is stronger because Indigenous voices were not only heard, but embedded in its foundation. At the same time, we also have a responsibility to be realistic. Even affordable housing projects are increasingly difficult to make viable. And when projects don't pencil out, no housing gets built at all. From an Indigenous perspective, planning for future generations means finding ways to move forward responsibly, not allowing housing to stall. I support the Army and Navy project and the Cohen Block because it makes use of an existing site, includes a meaningful portion of affordable housing, and creates an opportunity to replace temporary measures with permanent, well-designed housing for many generations to come. Height and density, when done as thoughtfully as this project, exemplifies a necessary solution to the social issues of this area. I also see this project as an opportunity to support Build Canada Homes, Canadian workers, and local businesses at a time when our economy and housing system needs that momentum. I encourage Council to move this project forward while continuing meaningful engagement with the urban Indigenous peoples and keeping displacement, affordability, and long-term care at the center of the work. Echka OCM.
Thank you, Brenda. Our next speaker is Alexandra Christian. So, Alexandra, welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Council members. Thank you for this opportunity to speak about a project that represents not just 108 non-market housing units, but 108 chances for Indigenous individuals and families to build stable, dignified lives in our community. My name is Alexandra Christian, and I've spent 17 years working in the housing and social services sector as a consultant, as a funder, and for the past 3 years as a housing provider, seeing firsthand what happens when people finally have a safe, affordable place to call home. In those 17 years, I've learned that housing isn't just about walls and a roof. It's about what happens inside those walls. It's about a single mother who can finally afford to keep her children with her instead of choosing between rent and groceries. It's about an elder who can age with dignity in their community rather than being displaced to wherever rent is cheapest. It is about a young person transitioning out of care who has a foundation from which to build their future rather than cycling through precarious living situations that make everything else in life harder. Indigenous people in our region face disproportionate barriers to housing stability. The statistics are sobering, but behind every statistic is a person, someone's grandmother, someone's child, someone who deserves better than what their current market offers them. Those 108 below market units represent targeted, meaningful action to address a documented gap in our community. What I've witnessed as a housing provider is transformative. When people have housing security, everything else becomes possible. Children's school attendance improves, health outcome gets better. People can maintain employment, rebuild family connections, and participate fully in community life. Housing stability is the platform from which people can address every other challenge they face. This project will strengthen our neighborhood by bringing in families and individuals who want to be here, who will contribute to local businesses, schools, and community life. Well-managed below-market housing doesn't diminish a community. It enriches it by ensuring diversity and preventing displacement. I urge Council to support this project, not just as a housing initiative, but as an investment in reconciliation, in equity, and in kind of inclusive community we say we want to be. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much for your comments. Our next speaker is Royce Schwinn on the phone. Go ahead, Royce.
Thank you very much. Good evening again, Council. It's been quite a minute since we spoke. For the record, Royce Schwinn, CEO, Destination Vancouver, and a Vancouver resident. I'm pleased to speak to you for the second time in support of another city and community building project, and that is the redevelopment of the former Army and Navy building. I, too, have the memories of shopping with my mom. That was a big, big day out down to Army and Navy. What an incredible experience and quite a value in shopping there. Great memories for my family. At Destination Vancouver, our work sits at the intersection of city building and economic development. And we partner closely with, of course, you, the city, local businesses, BIAs, cultural organizations, and community leaders to ensure that growth supports neighborhood vitality, local employment, long-term resilience, which supports a growing annual $9 billion visitor economy. Tourism succeeds when cities succeed, and that means being thoughtful, adaptable, and willing to invest in projects to respond to changing realities while honoring what makes Vancouver unique. This site is deeply embedded into the collective memory of our city, and the Army and Navy building was long seen as that place of accessibility. There was inclusiveness of everyday Vancouver life. Its redevelopment represents a rare and meaningful opportunity to respect that legacy while reimagining the site for contemporary needs and future generations. And what stands out in this proposal is its balance. It is a multifaceted project that brings together significant heritage retention, thoughtfully scaled boutique hotels, secured rental housing, including below-market units, and a clear commitment to honoring the spirit of Army and Navy, which was a homegrown institution that served Vancouverites for more than a century. Achieving that balance between preservation and renewal is complex, is costly, but very, very commendable. I also want to acknowledge the importance of ownership in this story, and that is the Cohen family. It's a long-time and storied Vancouver family that has retained this property through decades of change, a commitment. Their decision to reinvest here speaks to the belief in this neighborhood and the city's future. This is not about short-term extraction. It is about stewardship, reinvestment, and uplifting a community that's long been part of Vancouver's economic and social fabric. The impacts of a project like this are felt first and foremost at the neighborhood level. Gastown and the Hastings Crossing area are defined by their independent retailers, small businesses, and distinctive character. These businesses rely on consistent local spending to survive and thrive, and particularly in our uncertain economic landscape. Visitors, of course, play a critical role in that ecosystem as they spend their dollars locally on accommodations, food, retail, culture, and experiences. Our hotel community impact study outlines how new hotel supply can meet growing demand while delivering real benefits, job creation, animated streets, millions of dollars in socioeconomic activity that flow directly into surrounding neighborhoods. And I do want to highlight the opportunity presented by the activation of the laneway. Well-designed laneways, as we know, can become vibrant public spaces supporting small businesses, increasing safety through activity, and contributing to a more dynamic, interesting, and welcoming public realm. Details matter in city building. Every foot counts. For all these reasons, and those from the speakers before me, Destination Vancouver supports this project. We see it as a thoughtful reinvestment in a historic site, a neighborhood catalyst, and a signal of confidence in Vancouver's future. And I encourage Council to support the application before you this evening. Thank you once again for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Royce, for calling in this evening. We're just going to take a brief 30-second recess. Okay. Clerks, we good? Great. Thank you, Royce. We're going to move to speaker number 4, Ash McLeod. I saw it in person. Welcome.
Good evening, everybody. I've been operating a Better Life Foundation out of Save On Meats for the last 12 years, just a couple blocks down from the Army-Navy location. Save On Meats has been a steward of food security on the same block as Army and Navy since 1957, so neighbors for quite a long time. Their closure resonated with us deeply, and it's a considerable loss for our community, and it's certainly felt by everybody on that block. In our work, we not only feed people every day of the year through our meal programs, but we host community dinners multiple times a week. We bring people from outside the downtown Eastside community into the Save On Meats diner and commissary kitchen to prepare 3-course, restaurant quality, uplifted, dignified meals that we invite our community to join us as guests. It's as much about connection as it is about deliciousness and sustenance and bringing people together and celebrating our community over food. I've hosted about 360 of those dinners. And on top of the meals that we do 365 days a year that go out to people in the downtown east side, these dinners have given me a lot of firsthand perspective into what the residents that aren't often represented in these chambers are living and feeling. It shows the depth and the quality of our community that isn't revealed when you drive down Hastings Street. It's a different look. It's a different feel. And you could never distill the livability or lack thereof that currently exists on our blocks down to a single factor. Of course, there's very complicated equation that has resulted in what we're experiencing as a city. But from the conversations and my firsthand experience, I believe a major factor is the vacuum that was created post-pandemic by sweeping closures, people not returning back to offices, a vacancy, and essentially, like I said, a vacuum that's been created. And in that vacuum, negative and nefarious energy filled that void. And it's present, very present, in a physical manifestation on those streets today. It makes it unsafe for a lot of the beautiful and wonderful and caring residents, the women that live in the Rainier Hotel on Carroll, the families that live in the Veronica block across from Army Navy on Hastings Street. Many families are also living in Bob and Michael's place across from us. More families can be found in the Sorella on Pender and Abbott. And of course, numerous SROs that have really wonderful residents living in there. And they're not living in safe streets. And to make this community more livable, I believe that we need to restore a balance. More shops and services that fit the neighborhood, access to affordable groceries. Food, of course, is a passion of ours, and having more access to food is critically important. Just generally, more positive economic activity. Not more law enforcement, more balance, proper neighborhood stuff. It's a big responsibility that's being undertaken in this proposal. There's an existing community to respectfully include. The Indigenous component, the Indigenous housing component of this project is huge. It speaks to that balance. Army Navy has a prestigious legacy in this community, and I trust they'll take the responsibility of being a good neighbor with the weight it deserves and continue that legacy of Army Navy, of being a steward of the community. A Better Life Foundation, Save On Meats, Ash McLeod, we're in support of the Cohen Block going on with this project. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Ash, for your comments this evening. Our next speaker is Derek Casperson by phone.
Thank you. So as said, my name's Derek Casperson. I'm a resident of Gastown and a board member of the Gastown Residents Association. And I'm here tonight really to speak in my support of the Cohen Block. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak and for the time and care that you put into reviewing the projects like this. I recognize these decisions aren't easy and that you're balancing many different perspectives. Like many people in our community, I care deeply about how our city grows. I care about housing, jobs, walkable neighborhoods, sustainability, and keeping a sense of balance while planning for the future. I believe this project moves us in the right direction. Since the Army and Navy closed its doors in 2020, this site has been largely underused. It's a key location in the city, but right now it isn't contributing much to the community. This redevelopment is an opportunity to bring life back to a space that has been dormant for too long by adding homes, jobs, and activity to the neighborhood. I support the Cohen Block redevelopment for three main reasons. First of all, It makes good use of land in a central, well-served area. The site already is close to transit services and amenities. If we want to manage growth responsibly and address housing demand, this is exactly the kind of place where additional density belongs. Building here helps reduce sprawl, and it makes better use of the infrastructure that we already have. Second, the project will greatly improve the site itself. The current building adds very little to the public space. The proposed redevelopment would create more active streetscape. It would improve how the site connects to the surrounding area, and it would bring a more modern and welcoming design. This kind of thoughtful redevelopment is what helps the neighborhood evolve without losing its character. Number three, the project aligns with which I believe the city's broader goals, which is Vancouver has made it clear about the need for more housing and a well-designed growth. With the added height to the South Tower, this project will deliver over 600 secured purpose rental homes, and it will also include 500 market rental units and over 100 below market rental units operated by the BC Indigenous Housing Society. This project also adds retail and restaurant space, which will help bring activity back into the streets and make the downtown east side more vibrant again. No single project can solve everything, but this one clearly moves the city forward in the right direction. In closing, cities change. Vancouver's future depends on making careful, balanced decisions about how the change happens. In my view, the Cohen Block redevelopment represents that. For these reasons, I encourage Council to support this project as it will allow us to move forward. It's time to turn the lights back on the former Army and Navy site. Thank you so much for your time. Good night.
Thank you very much for calling in this evening. Our next speaker is Shannon Bowes. I'm not sure if I pronounced that correctly. Shannon here is supposed to be a person. Good evening.
Good evening, and yes, you did pronounce my last name properly.
Go ahead.
My name is Shannon Bowes, and I'm speaking today on behalf of the Gastown Residents Association. The GRA represents residents who live, work, and invest emotionally in Gastown and in Railtown. We care deeply about this neighborhood, its history, its people, and its future. After careful consideration and direct engagement with the project team over the past year, the GRA is supportive of the Cohen Block development, and we urge Council to approve it. I want to begin with one word that keeps coming up in our discussions as residents regarding this project, and that word is respect. This project demonstrates respect in several important ways. First, respect for heritage. The former Army and Navy building is not just another structure. It's a part of Gastown's collective memory. Many projects promise heritage retention in theory, but the Cohen Block proposal genuinely preserves and restores the historic Cordova Street facades and character-defining elements. This is adaptive reuse done properly, honoring the past while allowing the site to function for the city that we live in today. Second, respect for the neighborhood and its history. Army and Navy was once a social anchor in this area. The proposal acknowledges that legacy by reestablishing the site as a place of activity, connection, and contribution, not a blank, disconnected mega project. Third, respect for city policy and balance. Unlike other development proposals that we've seen recently offered in the downtown east side that are trying to rely heavily on social housing credit dumping, this project works within the city's 80-20 framework. It delivers a significant amount of secured rental housing with 20% below market housing, including deeply subsidized units for families. This distinction matters to Gastown residents. Gastown, Railtown, and the downtown east side have carried more than our share of the region's supportive housing, and we strongly support the city's stated goal of distributing that housing more equitably across Vancouver and the province. Fourth, respect for partnership. We're particularly encouraged by the partnership with the BC Indigenous Housing Society, which will operate 100 below-market rental homes for Indigenous individuals and families. This is a meaningful collaboration that aligns with reconciliation goals while delivering real long-term housing outcomes. Fifth, respect for the community vitality. Gastown is not just a residential neighborhood. It is a place of small businesses, restaurants, cultural spaces, and tourism. This project brings new residents to support local businesses, smaller scale, street-oriented retail, a much-needed hotel that strengthens the local economy, an activated laneway that improves safety, lighting, and day-to-day livability. These elements help restore Gastown as a living neighborhood, not a museum and not a containment zone. As residents, we have also been encouraged by newer supportive housing models in the area, such as Bob and Michael's Place, which show that well-designed, well-managed housing can succeed when done thoughtfully. The Cohen Block proposal aligns with that evolution. Importantly, this project has not appeared overnight. It has been over 4 years in the making, with multiple rounds of community engagement, revisions, and city-led open houses. The GRA has met with the project team, asked hard questions, and seen our concerns taken seriously. No project is perfect, but this one is responsible, balanced, and forward-looking, and it reflects the kind of development that residents can support. Council is often asked to weigh competing pressures: housing needs, heritage protection, economic revitalization, and neighborhood livability. The Cohen Block does not solve every challenge in Gastown, but meaningfully advances all of these goals at once. On behalf of the Gastown Residents Association, I want to thank Council for the time and care you've taken to giving this application. We respectfully urge you to approve the Cohen Block development and allow the long-awaited project to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments this evening. Our next speaker is Landon Hoyt. Landon on the line. Go ahead, Landon.
Yes. Hello. Hi there. Good evening, Council. My name is Landon Hoyt, and I'm the Executive Director of the Hastings Crossing Business Improvement Association. Hastings Crossing represents over 800 businesses and commercial property owners in the downtown east side, ranging from Gore to Richard Street. I'm here tonight to express our support for the rezoning application for the Cohen Block at West Hastings and West Cordova. This area is the historic heart of the city, but it's also a place that has experienced prolonged disinvestment. From our perspective on the ground, what's needed most right now is thoughtful, well-planned investment that brings people, activity, and long-term stewardship back to our streets. We see this proposal as an opportunity to advance several important city goals at once. First, we're particularly supportive of the new ground floor retail and small business spaces proposed as part of this development. Hastings Street and Cordova Street are critical pedestrian corridors. When ground floors are active and well-designed, they help animate the public realm, support safety through everyday activity, and create opportunities for local entrepreneurs. These kinds of street-level uses are essential to restoring vibrancy and making the area feel welcoming, safe, and alive. Second, the addition of significant rental housing across a mix of incomes is a major strength of this proposal. Both market and below-market rental housing are urgently needed in this community. New residents help sustain local shops, services, and amenities, and they play a critical role in building a stable, resilient local economy. More people living in the neighborhood means more life on the street and more support for existing businesses. We're also very supportive of the hotel component on West Cordova. Additional hotel capacity helps bring visitors into the area, support local restaurants and retailers, and reinforces the role of this neighborhood as a destination for culture, history, food, and commerce. When paired with strong ground floor uses, visitor activity can be a meaningful contributor to economic recovery. Another important aspect of this proposal is the commitment to collaboration with Indigenous partners and local economic development organizations, ensuring that retail spaces are accessible to social enterprises and community-serving businesses is critically important in the downtown east side. These partnerships help ensure that new development delivers tangible benefits for the community, supports inclusive economic participation, and reflects the social and cultural fabric of this neighborhood. We recognize that the proposed heights exceed existing policy in both the Victory Square and Gastown sub-areas. From our perspective, this application deserves careful consideration given the scale of housing being delivered, the economic benefits, and its alignment with broader city goals related to housing supply, reconciliation, and inclusive growth. In closing, Hastings Crossing encourages council to support a path forward that enables new housing, active ground floors, and community-serving uses to move ahead in this critical part of the city. We believe projects like this, when done thoughtfully, can help rebuild vibrancy, strengthen the local economy, and support a more resilient and inclusive downtown east side. Thank you for your time, and thank you especially to the Cohen family for their dedication and legacy toward this neighborhood, and for the larger team behind this project for the engagement and thoughtfulness put into the future of the downtown east side. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Landon, for calling in this evening. Our next speaker is Elise Yurkowski on the phone. Elise, go ahead.
Hi there. Good evening, Council, and thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Elise Yurkowski, and I am the Executive Director of the Gastown Business Improvement Society, representing more than 600 businesses and property owners in one of Vancouver's most historic and economically important neighborhoods. I am a Vancouver resident, and I am speaking in support of the rezoning application for the Cohen block. Gastown is at a pivotal moment. We are a neighborhood with enormous cultural value, economic potential, and community at our core, but one that has also carried more than its share of challenges in recent years, including the closure of the Army and Navy department store. Maintaining Gastown's vitality requires thoughtful, intentional development that supports businesses, residents, and the millions of visitors who walk our streets each year. This proposal does that. It brings together mixed-income housing, a long-needed hotel, Indigenous reconciliation, laneway revitalization, and active commercial frontages in a way that aligns with multiple city objectives and responds directly to what our businesses and communities have been asking for. For over a decade, GBIS has advocated for hotel capacity in Gastown. Vancouver's hotel shortage is well documented, and anyone working in our neighborhood can vouch for how many visitors want to stay in Gastown but simply cannot. A hotel here is more than just additional rooms. It's a catalyst for stability and vibrancy. It supports independent retailers, strengthens restaurants, improves street presence at all hours, and helps maintain and sustain the cultural and economic ecosystem that defines Gastown. Its inclusion fills a critical gap in our land use mix. We also strongly support the proposal's mixed-income housing and new ground floor commercial space. Gastown relies on a balanced mix of residents, workers, businesses, and visitors. Without that balance, the neighborhood cannot thrive. More residents living close to shops and services translates directly into safer, more animated streets. And high-quality commercial frontages, not empty or underutilized spaces, are essential for the small businesses that anchor this historic district. This proposal strikes that balance. Yes, the proposed height exceeds current policy, but the policy context itself is evolving. The city has stated repeatedly through the Gastown Public Spaces Plan, through Housing Vancouver Strategy, and through hotel development that it needs more housing, more commercial activation, and more hotel rooms in the area best suited for them. This project delivers on all three while preserving heritage and legacy. We believe the public benefits outweigh the policy variance. For all these reasons, GBIS supports this rezoning application and encourages council to allow this mixed-use project to move forward as proposed. We remain committed to working closely with the Cohen family, with the developer, and city staff to ensure that the next stages of design and management strengthen Gastown's resiliency, heritage character, and long-term economic health. Thank you for your time and for your continued attention to the future of our neighborhood.
Thanks for calling in this evening. Our next speaker is Daniela Schwoyen-Francis. On the phone now? Okay. Go ahead, Daniela.
Hi, my name is Daniela Schwoyen. I'm a Vancouver resident. I'm More like, it's very difficult for me to speak right now. Sorry, I'm outside due to the fact that I don't have a home. I am homeless at this time. And my thought of this is the fact that we have over 5,000 empty condos right now, and I don't see us building more to be empty. Like, when it's going to cause a problem. There's over 100 people that live in the Osborne shelter at this present time that are in the Army and Navy site. And then also the other SROs that are there. I'm just more concerned about what would happen to the people there. They're going to be displaced once again. I understand, like, having 108 below profit mark, like, for families to have a place to live. Like, I am a mother as well, and I've been going through a difficult time in my life, and I just feel that it needs to be addressed more to have more affordable housing. And I don't think that this is going to create more affordable housing. When I look around and I see empty condos everywhere, and there's people still sleeping in the streets and dying in the streets as of now. Like, I've missed my time to go sign in to where I live, and I will be outside tonight. And it's a shame, because I wanted to speak on behalf of the people of the downtown East End, because we need to have a place to live as well. I'm trying to better myself so that I can be a part of normal life once again. And it's difficult when on a daily basis I have to deal with the city and the VPD. They come around and they steal items, and I have to go out, find out how I'm going to get a tent or get blankets, so on and so forth. And I'm on income assistance at this present time. So, and I only get $600 to live off of. And I feel that doing this is not full like the right decision to be making, because again, we're still going to have people not having a place to live once the project would happen, because now the Osborne shelter will be shut down and there will be people on the streets once again. So I'm about making sure that the streets are safe for everybody and not having people living outside anymore. There has to be a way to create that so everybody's happy. But I'm not quite sure how to make that happen, like, without speaking on behalf of everybody else. And I'm hoping that you guys will make the right choice and maybe increasing the amount of below profit margin, the housing, so that there's more opportunity, so people that want to change their life so that they can have their families be a part of their lives again. It would be very important to me. That's all I can really say. And I thank you for the opportunity to let me speak, and I'm hoping that what I've said is okay.
Okay. Thanks, Daniela, for calling in this evening. Thank you. Our next speaker is Rachel Penner, also on the phone. Go ahead, Rachel.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. You have 5 minutes to address council.
Great, thank you. My name is Rachel, and this development is going to steal my morning sunshine permanently. The construction of this development is going to disrupt my sleep, compromise the air that I breathe, and reduce my quality of life for an unknown number of years. It will also negatively impact my ability to generate income. And I know this council cares about the business community. I have a business, so I hope that means you care about me too. I'm a self-employed solopreneur, and I require a calm, quiet, and controlled environment in my home to do my work. In other words, I'm going to be struggling with productivity for the entirety of this construction project. And so, when I look at the costs that I'm going to be paying for this development, some temporary, some permanent, I ask myself, is it worth what this will bring to my neighborhood? Because the truth is, I love my neighborhood. I love my community, and I love where I live. I walk through the downtown east side all the time, alone at night. I've never been threatened by my unhoused neighbors. And it's the first place I've lived in my 40 plus years of existence that I've been able to see myself living permanently. So I would sacrifice a lot if it meant that my neighborhood and my community would reap long-term positive benefits. After reviewing this proposal, there are definitely positives in it, but I cannot support it completely without one adjustment. The percentage of non-market housing in this development must be increased and shelter rate units must be included. I'm a lifelong renter and a huge supporter of purpose-built rental buildings, so why not give unconditional support to a tower full of purpose-built rental units? Because the majority of them are not affordable. I honestly don't know anyone who can pay market rate. I'm paying market rate and it costs 50% of my income. So technically, that means what I'm living in is unaffordable housing. The downtown east side is home to more than 2,000 people with no fixed address. Now that's likely an undercount and the number is only going up. This development doesn't house them. It brings in a boutique hotel with fancy rooftop amenities that will only be accessible to wealthy tourists who come and go and don't care about this community. In fact, those tourists are likely to complain about the people who are forced to live on the streets because nobody has built housing for them. I wonder if I will even be able to shop at the retail coming into this development. I can't afford Nesters. I can't afford the shops on Water Street. How is this project going to be different? It seems at the moment that this is a bit of a repeat of the gentrifying Woodwards development. Have we already forgotten how that turned out? I mean, everyone's been in an uproar since London Drugs left. And I'm just wondering, is this project applying lessons learned from what didn't work at Woodwards? Council right now has an opportunity to make just one adjustment to this proposal so that it falls in line with what the developer's own public engagement found. The community here wants low income, deep subsidy, below market housing, fewer market rental. I am reading this straight from the developer's application booklet. So if y'all are going to go to the effort of creating housing, I beg of you, let poor people live in that housing. Please, don't make my suffering and lost income from this project be in vain. Require this project to house unhoused people and not create conditions for further discrimination against them. Thank you so much.
Thank you for calling this evening. Our next speaker is number 11, Luis Fernando Braja Barrera. In person.
Good evening, and thank you for your time. I'm going to speak instead of Fernando as a translator. We have a business very close to the project, and we want to speak about our experience as a business owner. We believe that this construction, this new project, will bring important benefits to our restaurant and the neighborhood. New developments can bring more residents, more activity, and improve the safety and cleaner, and more organized environmental. This will help our business by attracting new customers and creating better experience for everyone in this area. At the same time, we would like to address an ongoing challenge that is affecting our daily operations. We daily experience individuals who stand in front of our business. We're talking about homeless. They are affecting our business because they are stand up right in front of our entrance, and they are unpredictable and sometimes aggressive. For safety reasons, we are forced to keep our doors or door locked, and when customers arrive, they think that we are closed, but and they leave. So we have contacted the authorities to help, but the process is slow. So this affects our business We believe that this project will help to improve the safety for the community, for our staff, and for the customers. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments this evening. Our next speaker is Steve Johnston on the line. Oh, in person. Welcome.
Hello, Mayor and Council. It's great to be before you tonight to speak in support of this project. My name is Steve Johnston. I'm not a resident of Vancouver, but I am the Executive Director of CIRAS, Community Impact Real Estate Society. CIRAS is an organization designed to curate a portfolio of commercial real estate that can be made available at below market rates to nonprofits, social enterprises, and other businesses committed to providing affordable goods and services to residents of Vancouver. We've had many interesting and productive discussions with the BOSA and broader project team on the small-scale retail included in this particular proposal. In particular, the below-market portion on West Hastings has a real opportunity to deliver a community benefit through the retail space. Our goal with these discussions is to work together to help secure a community-minded retailer that speaks to the needs of a wide variety of people, the residents of the building, the current residents in the surrounding area, the business community, the long-standing community organizations in the neighborhood, and the visitors who come here to experience Vancouver. I have to add that it's also encouraging to see the beginnings of an economic revitalization strategy in this proposal, one that I think moves beyond a sole focus on community safety and addresses livability and community economic development. I think there's been a lot of conversation over the past few weeks about the loss of retail in the downtown east side and the surrounding area. And I think that's why this project is incredibly vital. It provides a roadmap for how the development sector, not-for-profit, community members, and BIAs can come together and leverage something new to create affordability in commercial retail space. That's a bit of a diversion from my current remarks, but it just feels so pressing right now. And listening to you speak about the heritage of Army Navy has been such an important guide for our conversations in this with BOSA and with our community partners. This is an essential opportunity to, again, leverage policy to create deep affordability so that through partnership, we can return some vestige of what Army Navy is to this community. And I'm really excited about that possibility. I think it's a really meaningful chance to do something different in the absence of other policies that we've had in the past, like a CBA, a Community Benefit Agreement policy. Again, more broadly, having experience in this particular neighborhood, the inclusion of a new boutique hotel alongside the mix of market and below market rental housing will help bolster and stabilize the local economy. We look forward to seeing this project come to fruition, and I hope to see it approved tonight. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Steve. Our next speaker is Amy Robinson. Amy, go ahead.
Hello, Mayor and Council. It's Amy Robinson. I'm the founder and executive director of Local BC. We're a nonprofit organization. We conduct research and do campaigning to support local businesses, raising awareness of the economic and community benefits of small and local businesses. I'm also a resident of East Vancouver and a frequent visitor to the downtown east side, and I support the project. We work closely with many of the business improvement areas and businesses in the area and believe that the project will help bring much needed vitality to the area, helping to increase foot traffic for all businesses, make our streets safer for business owners and their staff, their customers, and help fill empty storefronts. The majority of nearby BIAs are populated with independent businesses, and I think the project team has done a good job creating partnerships to ensure that the retail space will fit in well with the area and prioritizes small and local businesses. The project developer, BOSA Properties, is an important partner on current research that we're doing on commercial affordability, and I appreciate that they have set aside that commercial space on the ground floor to be offered at below market rent to help entrepreneurs get small businesses started, especially social enterprises. That kind of awareness and sensitivity to the neighborhood should be recognized. And I feel like it's a rare project that balances below market housing with commercial space that's also accessible to small and local businesses and social enterprises. And the project's partnerships with the Indigenous Housing Society and plans for below market and nonprofit leasing shows they've worked very hard to ensure that the project reflects the neighborhood while working to revitalize the block and the neighboring area. So I'm in support of the project, and I hope that you'll approve it tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments this evening. Our next speaker is Mark Smith. Yes, go ahead, Councillor. Just Mark, just hang on one moment. I have a councillor who has a quick question.
Sure.
Go ahead, Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just a point of procedure noting the time and that we just have a few speakers to go. I just wanted to move a motion for Council's consideration to extend past 10 to complete this item tonight.
Okay, that's the motion on the floor. Do we have a seconder? Second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor? Can I just get confirmation of how councillors voted online because I can't see. Is that in favor? Okay, that is unanimous. So we will extend past 10 o'clock and do debate and decision this evening. Thank you for moving that, Councillor Kirby-Young. Now we'll go back to our speaker list and we have Mark Smith on the line. Go ahead, Mark. You have 5 minutes to address council.
Yes, thank you very much, and thank you to council for the opportunity to speak. I would like to provide a perspective. First of all, I want to say I agree with the proposal 100%. I am the president of the Strata Corp of 53 West Hastings, a small heritage conversion that is a stone's throw away from the proposed development, close to Abbott and Hastings. I've heard many great comments tonight. I won't try to repeat them, but I want to give a perspective similar to the gentleman who spoke from Save On Meats, because we literally live almost next door, and we face the issues that are going on in the neighborhood, which are in desperate need of revitalization, and I think this proposal provides that, and I'm speaking on behalf of the majority of our residents in our small little heritage conversion on 53 West Hastings. I've spoken to many people, and the neighborhood is in real desperate need of revitalization. And I would like to read to you an email from one of the residents, because I think it speaks to a lot of, you know, how we all feel, at least in our building. So this is from one of our residents, and I'll read it to you now. My name is Satoru Inu, a resident in Gastown, specifically 53 West Hastings. I wanted to submit my feedback regarding the development. As a resident of the block that's related to these two joint, I strongly support the redevelopment of the former Army and Navy buildings. I know the neighborhood for 20 years, and I've lived in it for more than 5 years combined. The previous long-standing policies that practically prevented any development in the area since the early 2010s into the mid-2020s only made the dire situations in the downtown east side worse. The alley between Cordova and Hastings on the block is an open-air toilet at best, while the Hastings Street sidewalk is also filled with human feces, urine, needles, and other drug substances, and I walk there every single day. Sorry, I'm trying to scroll through my email here. The Bob and Michael's building that was recently completed has many small and young children living in it, and they have to witness and walk through these daily as well. We should immediately stop normalizing such circumstances, and in my opinion, a certain degree of gentrification will help and must happen. I understand there may be concerns of over-gentrification by many folks, but I'd like to point out that the status quo that has maintained the last 15 years has been ineffective. In fact, it is the opposite. It's going in the opposite direction. It's about time we did something differently. And I have to really emphasize, like, as the president of our Strata Corp, we're a small little building. We don't have a concierge. I have to deal with these matters on a daily basis. On a daily basis, we have people urinating and defecating in our doorway. On a daily basis. people starting fires, people are threatening people, people are leaving our building, and I heard early on in the presentations from city staff, there's been concerns about gentrification and protecting certain historical values. Right now, all we're protecting is despair and decline. And people are literally, I've literally been threatened and told that we need to leave, our building needs to leave the neighborhood because it belongs to others and not people, not residents that want to live there, and they want us to leave. And so I just really want to emphasize that this is a very wholesome, integrated, thoughtful development. We wholly support it, and we are residents that live a stone's throw away from the buildings. We wholly support it, and the neighborhood is desperately in need of revitalization. There's a reason London Drugs left, and nobody's being displaced by this development. In fact, you have a very solid, good, non-profit Indigenous Housing Association that is part of this. They're in fact they're creating a social housing, and we really wholeheartedly support this. We applaud Jackie Cohen for moving ahead with such a thoughtful development. But as the residents of a building that is very close by, we are literally pleading for this development to go ahead. Residents are moving out. I helped a young man move in just before.
Mark,
Yes?
I'm just going to jump in. You've reached your 5 minutes, so I just
Okay.
appreciate you
So
calling in though this evening.
on behalf of our building, we really support this development. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much for taking the time to call in this evening. I'm just going to take a brief pause just for councillors who have joined us partway through the public hearing, and just noting that if you do wish to vote on this item, we will have to take a recess for you to get an update from clerks on the presentations as well as any speakers that you missed. So just noting that, and you should have requested that in advance. So just making that clear because we're getting close to the end of speakers. Next speaker is Jackie Sign. Is Jackie here in chambers? No? Is she on the line then? No? Okay. Our next speaker is Ed Benton Evans. On the phone? Okay. Thank you. That brings us to the end of our speaker list. Are there any other speakers in chambers that wish to speak? There are. Okay. Again, just a reminder, your name, resident, and to keep your comments focused on the merit of the application.
My name is Sean Cassidy. I'm from Vancouver. I think we already figured that out.
Yes.
I'm here to speak on the project. It wasn't really an intention, but being here, I know this project. I know the area very well. I know the Army Nearby store extremely well. Full respect to the Cohen family for what they've done over generations with the neighborhood, the store, New Westminster. Tremendous anchor in this city. I can't say enough about how the Army and Navy anchored the city. You go to New York and you go to the Bronx, there's a store called Conway's. Have you ever heard of Conway's? It's very similar. It anchors Fordham Road. Reflecting back here, circling back, I was a former deputy treasurer of Canada Mortgage and Housing. I've raised a lot of money, done a lot of projects, worked as an investment banker, finance real estate, work for developer. This project, given the neighborhood to the area, it's a lot of density. And the notion of affordable housing is, it's 20%, and market rental for a one bedroom here will probably be around $4,000 a month. So does it fit into the neighborhood? Has planning, what they stated about the, does it match the zoning in the area? It's a stretch. This is a game changer. It's very similar to what's going on in Vancouver. We had the Broadway plan. You would upzone the whole downtown east side. You took out the view cones. So this is an added next up. This is like density night tonight. I support the Army and Navy. This project, I think it's too much. It's beyond what's encompassed in the context of the neighborhood. In terms of the social aspects of the neighborhood, I feel change is needed. I also worked at Oppenheimer Park when I was a student. I ran Oppenheimer. I know the area extremely well. There's a lot of issues in that neighborhood, and it's very hard to run a business. Chinatown is directly impacted, but this neighborhood is, and the building is just gentrification, effectively. With the 20% aspect, I know Carol Lee and Bob's House and go back a long way with that project. So I think the planning department kind of stick handled this in, but I think as counselors, you have to ask serious questions around this project and around the future of the downtown east side if you want to turn it into the next Park Place. Because there's a lot of things that, are not being asked. So I'll leave it with you and I'll leave it with that. But full respect to the Army Navy store, full respect to, the anchor of this city in a lot of ways, going back to the days when Hastings Street was extremely vibrant in the 30s, 40s, 50s. So kudos. Okay. Thanks.
Thank you for those comments. Do we have any other speakers in chambers? Hearing none. Do we have any others online this time? Nope. Okay, thank you. This will be our third and final call for speakers. If there's any speakers who wish to speak to this item, please call 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 1061445#. The phone number is posted on X and will be displayed during the recess. Council will now take a 2-minute recess. Thank you. Do we have any further speakers on the line?
We do have one speaker,
Okay,
unknown.
okay. The speaker on the line, if you could just identify yourselves and whether you live in the city of Vancouver and whether you're speaking in support or in opposition to the application.
Sure. My name is Amit Johal. I live in Chinatown, and I'm speaking in support of the application.
Okay, go ahead.
I know it's been a long night for you all, so I'll keep my comments short, and I do appreciate the opportunity to share. All of us who have spoken tonight share a deep passion and commitment to our community, and I have deep respect for that. I applaud everyone for making the effort to participate this evening and share opinions. One of the main reasons I'm in support of this proposal is the many years of engagement that I've observed from the applicant, which I believe is reflected in what's before you today. You can see through the application progression how they've tried to balance what makes sense economically with what the community needs. I believe it's landed on a balanced application that will deliver tangible benefits to diverse members of the neighborhood and local stakeholders. I really appreciate the partnership with BC Indigenous Housing, which will ensure that the below market homes are operated by experts, which I think is needed with years of experience in the neighborhood, inherently understanding the needs of the community. I believe the boutique hotel will also be an asset here. The Gastown neighborhood is full of unique shops, as in our Chinatown neighborhood as well, and the visiting community will help to provide a steady income base for these deserving businesses and the future retail included on site as well. So, and finally, as you know, we need housing. The market rental paired with the below market will provide new homes for the many in search of new professionally managed, secured rental housing in the downtown area. I'll end my comments there. So thank you for listening, and I hope to hear that this marquee site can continue to be a legacy site for Vancouver. Thank you.
Thanks for calling in this evening. Do we have any other speakers online?
No.
No, and I'm not seeing any others at the podium at this time. And so I will now close the speakers list. Has there been a large volume of public comments received since 5 p.m.?
No.
Thank you, clerks. In that case, I'll also close receipt of public comments. Does the applicant have any closing comments or remarks? No? Okay. Staff, do you have any closing comments? And has there been any further comments as we close? Anything in writing? Okay. Well, in that case, council, time for decision. Can I get someone to move the recommendations? Moved? Seconded? And if you could put yourselves on the queue, I'll just clear, hang on, just let me clear it for 1 sec. Put yourselves on the queue for comments. Sorry, you know what, council, I should have asked if there's any final questions. I hope there wasn't. You do have questions? Okay. You can do it as a point of information, I think, at this point, since the recommendation's been moved. My apologies, that was just my bad. Go ahead, Councillor Maloney.
Yeah, through the chair, I've just got 3 very brief questions of staff, just to follow up on a couple of issues that were raised by speakers, because it's important to me that we do respond and get answers. So one of the speakers mentioned Osborne Shelter. Now I can see that in the report, the rezoning site doesn't have existing rental residential uses. Can you just provide some explanation as to what that query might have been about that the public speaker raised, the Osborne Shelter? There was a concern that it would close as a result of this.
Thank you, Councillor, for the question. There is currently a shelter operating on the Hastings site. It's an 80-bed, 24-hour shelter. The intention is to keep that shelter open for as long as possible, but yes, through redevelopment, the shelter will close.
And what are the arrangements for the people that live in that shelter once it closes?
I'm sorry, I don't have an answer to that question. The shelter is funded by BC Housing and supported by BC Housing. Portland Housing Society operates that shelter. I don't have an answer. I would be speculating, but I would say that it is likely that they would try to shift individuals to other shelters in the city.
Okay. There was also a query raised about, there were concerns raised about the impact of construction on neighbouring residences. Can you speak to any measures that might be in place to reassure that speaker about the impact?
Thank you very much for the question. The city does have noise control bylaws and construction bylaws. I'm going to ask my colleague from engineering to just talk a little bit about those.
Okay, thank you for the question. My name is Robin Wilkinson. I'm speaking for engineering. Yeah, the construction will have to take place in line with the City of Vancouver noise bylaw. In addition to that, the project will have to meet with engineering prior to taking place to make sure that all construction and street use is in line with city guidelines. They'll need to apply for permits. They'll have to get traffic management plans for any street closures that are requested.
Okay, thanks very much. And there was also an expression of dissatisfaction with the percentage of non-market housing incorporated in the proposal. Can you speak to the effect on viability of the project in the current market conditions if additional affordability in terms of inclusive zoning was added to this project, please?
Unfortunately, that is a question better suited to the applicant. The current proposal as is was evaluated by staff. There is, if it's one thing with the current proposal and the current market mix and below market mix and the public benefits, including the non-market space, the facade retention, all those costs, there is no additional lift that was found in this project.
Thanks very much. I'm all done.
Thank you, Councillor Maloney. Councillor Kirby-Young, and just a note to councillors, because I did miss giving you time to ask questions before moving the recommendations, I am giving everyone the opportunity to ask final questions, and then we'll do debate and decision. But your purview. If you don't have questions, you can
Sarah, do you want to canvass to see if any of those councillors have questions before we get into a mix of
Do the
comments?
councillors online who are in the queue have questions to staff? No? Councillor Montague, Councillor Bly, Councillor Montague does have questions, so maybe we'll advance Councillor Montague. I'm not sure about Councillor Bly. Do you have questions or just comments? Okay, so we'll just advance Councillor Montague. Thank you for the suggestion, Councillor Kirby-Young. And then everyone else put yourselves back on the queue for debate. Councillor Montague, go ahead. And I think you might be.
Yeah, thanks, Chair.
Yeah.
Just a quick clarification question. One of the speakers mentioned something about that he figured the rent for a market rental in this building for a one bedroom would be $3,800 to $4,000. Can staff just confirm with so that's on record what market rate, what a typical market rental in this area would be for a one bedroom?
Thank you very much for the question. I'm going to turn that question over to housing staff. They are online.
Thanks, Chief. Thank you, Councillor, for the question. Emily Brooker, Housing Regulation. For market rental, for newer market rental on the east side of Vancouver, so that's market rental kind of built from 2015 onwards. We're looking at about kind of 2,000 for a studio, up to about 4,000 for a 3-bed.
Okay, but for a one bedroom, so $2,200 or something.
Looking at about 2,500 based on these stats.
Not 3,800 to 4,000.
No.
Great. I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Montague. And now I'll advance Councillor Kirby-Young. And just as a reminder, we've already moved and seconded the recommendations, so we are into debate for this item. So please add yourselves to the queue if you want to offer comments before voting.
Thanks. Thanks, Chair. I will be brief because I think a lot has been said, quite honestly, by the proponents and by the speakers, but I'll just say clearly I'm fully in support of this project. I do think it's been done with a lot of care and thought and attention. There's a partnership between the Cohen family, a recognition of the history of Army and Navy. You've got a well-known builder in the city partnering and nonprofit involvement. So I think it should be noted that it is a departure. There is an absence of a rezoning policy within the parcel that fits in the Gastown side, and then a departure from the other. But I think what's noteworthy here is that with the 583 units, 155 are BMR, below market rental. But as we heard from one of my colleagues' questions earlier, it's a much deeper level of affordability than is typically required of those BMR units. And so I do think that that's noteworthy. And in terms of the context, I think it provides sort of important rationale for considering it. By and large, we heard the majority of positive comments with some concerns I recognized from a couple of folks in the neighborhood, but I thought was most compelling. One of the speakers was Ash McLeod from Save on Meats, who I thought spoke kind of straight to the heart of it about the need to restore balance in the neighborhood. And I think that that is something that has been very much on the mind of this council in recent votes and decisions with respects to bringing more balance back into the downtown east side and the adjacent areas in terms of a mix of people, backgrounds, income levels, et cetera, will be healthy for everybody. And I think that this project sort of represents and reflects that. I think there's care and consideration with respect to bringing in BC Indigenous housing. I really appreciated hearing from them with the connectivity between the two buildings and the shared amenities. And so all in all, I think it's been done with some care here. The heritage facade retention is an important one. I know that's gone through the respective reviews there, and interestingly, no incursion on view cones despite the increased height. So I do think there's a lot of positive about this one. The one thing I heard that didn't satisfy me completely, I'll be honest, was around the history. I appreciated the hearing from Ms. Cohen around how much history is retained, but I didn't necessarily feel that in the design explicitly. I'm sure it'll be reflected well, and I take that to heart within sort of the building, but I do think that there's some consideration that can be given to the exterior around signage, consideration of the sign or a sign that is inspired by if the old sign is not workable at this point. Heritage plaque, something that I think we need to do a better job of really recognizing these places and spaces that have been part of our kind of collective history as our city. Cities are not static. They continue, they're organic organisms in a sense. They continue to grow and evolve, and they should. But I do think there's a place to recognize some of that history. So I'm just going to make that suggestion that I think there's some things that can be done there with respects to signage, plaques, history, or something that speaks to the sense of place. And I will say that I have been to my fair share of Army and Navy shoe sales and had a few hot dogs back in the day at the cafe to kind of power up in between and keep going. And it was a big deal to kind of go to the area downtown and to go and have that experience. It is part of, I think, people's memories collectively of what Vancouver has seen. Now I'm getting verklempt. But it is, right? And these are moments. So I think it will take on its next chapter and its next life, but we should not forget its previous one. But I am happy to support the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Meisner.
Yeah, thanks. I think this is really exciting, and I know there's so much passion and love in this project, and could feel that tonight from Jackie and your family. And I think it's in great hands. And I used to live in Gastown, and I used to go to Army and Navy and walk through it. And there's like a small kind of grocery canned foods section and stuff. I used to buy stuff there. And I have lots of good memories. And I know like what a hole it's put in the neighborhood since the closure. And this is going to just really, really bring a lot of life back to this part of Gastown and the downtown east side. And it will help a lot of people too. And I think that's, what's really important about this. I think it's really impressive, the level of affordability that you're going to be able to provide here for people that are really in need of, new housing, as was mentioned by some of the speakers. And, we all are aware of the poor conditions in many of the SROs in the neighborhood. And those people deserve to be in dignified housing. And that's what this project is going to help provide. And On top of that, of course, it's going to, bring new people to the neighborhood as well, renters, and also the nonprofit or social purpose retail space. I think it's a great idea. So, and the heritage retention and the history of the site. And I think there's so many positive things about this. And it's just really well thought out and really well considered. And I'm really excited to support it. And again, just so happy to see something happen here that has a public benefit. So thanks for all of your efforts in making this happen and get to this point.
Thank you, Councillor Meisner. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And I've been listening online, and I know you were asking earlier, but and I did want to participate on this one. I have been paying attention, and I think I don't even know if it was last term or when it was that I attended the open house when they were first sort of positioning around this after Army and Navy had closed, I guess during COVID, and what a gap that was, and knowing, and like many of speakers and council, so many memories from Army and Navy, and what a presence it has been in the neighborhood. So I do really appreciate the thoughtful approach to this. I realize that there are concerns in the community around how it should be delivering more below market housing, et cetera. But the reality is that I think achieving this on its own, it is doing a lot of heavy lifting in the absence of like the big government intervention. I do worry about what happens with the relocation of the Bud Osborne shelter, because obviously that is providing a very critical shelter space. But I recognize that that's not necessarily the responsibility of the Cohens and the proponents here. So I do want to just echo the a real appreciation for the social purpose real estate and providing this sort of below market retail opportunity, which I think is really part of the antidote to some of the concerns that we hear about gentrification, recognizing that, we do have new residents that'll be coming in that will be contributing to the neighborhood in other ways. And I think that this sort of street level integration through social purpose real estate is actually a big part of what will make this project a success. I'm very happy to see it moving forward. It has been a while, and clearly it's a gap that's needed to sort of rebuild some of the streetscape there and make it more accessible for everyone, and improve that part of the street, because it has been pretty blighted since the shop has since the department store closed. And I think this is, it'll be appreciate the concerns around construction and what that'll look like, but I think it'll be on the whole a very good addition. And I really appreciate the heritage retention, especially on the Cordova side, which is just such a handsome building. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Fry. Councillor Bly, go ahead.
Thanks very much. And I just want to share my appreciation to the speakers, and particularly the Cohen family, of course, and the many community stakeholders that work in the downtown east side and provide services. And we heard from many of them, as well as residents who signed up to speak, whether in favor or opposed. These processes are very important to hearing the feedback from the community. I think given all of that and the time and attention that has been sort of shepherded this project along since its inception, demonstrates the care and attention that I would say the Cohen family, and in partnership with the builder, to bring something that really is a continued legacy of the Army and Navy store in terms of servicing the community. And we don't often see projects like this one come along because of how comprehensive the application is in covering a lot of important components that we need in this community, whether it's the hotel to activate the tourism side and really link and bring a net positive to Gastown and Chinatown and Railtown and other parts of the neighborhood. But also that was sort of already identified as the deeply affordable housing. And while we really can't get enough deeply affordable housing, I think the fair share in this particular development is on balance. I really see that there's a clear intention to add to the neighborhood in this application, and again, I think that, we've all got our sort of nostalgia to share in terms of our time at Army and Navy, which also highlights, and I think some speakers spoke very well, is that we've seen a decline in affordable retail in this community, and it is starting to really have a significant impact. So I think we've got to turn our attention after this as a council, as a city, and work in partnership with business stakeholders to figure out how we can meet that need that is clearly increasing in the community as we speak. So in terms of affordable retail, but for now, I think this project is a really one to celebrate, and I think will offer a transformative moment for the community in many ways. And I just want to highlight, again, others have spoken to the social impact real estate component, and just want to appreciate the developer who I know really took that on in terms of finding out more and what's out there and what's become a really impactful practice, particularly in and around the downtown east side in terms of leveraging below market retail and making sure that the community feels part of what this project can be. So with that, I'm happy to lend my support and appreciate my colleagues' comments tonight and the application in general. So thank you very much. That's it.
Thank you, Councillor Bly. And I'm just going to advance myself in the queue as well. Similarly, I'm going to echo the appreciation for all the speakers, to our staff, the Cohen family, the applicant. I think you're going to hear some common themes here. And so I'm actually not going to repeat what my colleagues have said, because I really could just say ditto, 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 because I think they've really encapsulated I think the flavor of why this application is so powerful, really in just meeting a whole variety of objectives that also fits with the existing neighborhood and community. But as I was listening to the speakers and I was listening to the application, I wrote down the words legacy, history, renewal, hope. And I think the word that stood out the most from the speakers was balance, of really achieving the right balance in this project. And so I am happy to support it. I applaud you for the efforts, and thank you very much. And with that, seeing no other speakers, I'll call the vote on this application. And clerks, I will take a vote in favor, please. And all our votes are in. That passes with Mayor Sim, Councillor Klassen, and Councillor Orr absent. But it is successful. Congratulations. And that concludes our item. Thank you, councillors online. With that, I just simply need a motion to adjourn. Moved, seconded, all in favor? And that carries. Good night, everyone online. Thank you to councillors and staff.
Thanks.
Thank you, clerks.